consume, we should be done by lunchtime. Our Minister, we are blessed that you are here, and I would like us to commence this with the national anthems. We'll do the Uganda anthem and the East African anthem. Will we all rise for the anthems? It is for God and my country. We'll have a prayer. Betty, please come and give us a short prayer.
Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Oh Lord, we are grateful for this morning. We are grateful for the efforts you've given us as the Bureau and for all the development partners who have helped us attain what we are about to disseminate today. May we have a fruitful day, and may the results be used to inform policy. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
Thank you. You may take your seats. And without much ado, allow me invite the Executive Director, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, to formally welcome us to this program. Dr. Mukiza.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, our chief guest who is yet to arrive, the Minister of Health, the Permanent Secretary is here, country representatives from development partners, or representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, UBOS members of the board, and my chairman, staff present, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you all here today for the official launch of Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022 key findings. Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022 was designed as a follow-up to the 1988-89, 1995, 2001, 2006, 2011, and 2016 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey exercises. So the 2022 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey is the 7th round since we embarked on a consistent measurement of the health and demographic indicators in the country. The data collection for Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, which we refer to as UDHS 2022, was implemented by Uganda Bureau of Statistics in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. The Demographic and Health Surveys is a global program that calls every country to generate health and demographic indicators that is universally accepted to guide planning process in the health sector. The UDHS program is undertaken after every 5 years. And as I have already told you, we last implemented a similar program in 2016. We would have conducted this in 2021, but were interrupted by the advent of COVID-19. So, the reason why we postponed it to 2022. The survey provides indicators on maternal and child mortality, nutrition, malaria, and HIV prevalence, among other key health-related data. So all of these rounds, we've been working closely with USAID in undertaking the surveys. I wish to inform the audience this morning that UDHS has been implemented, as I said, since 1988. And therefore, UBOS has, over the years, developed sufficient technical capacity to fully implement the UDHS exercise up to dissemination. This explains why the technical support, which was terminated by the US government, did not stop the survey process, neither does it jeopardize the results of UDHS. We would wish to applaud the US government, as you said, for having built strong capacity among the staff of the country. And I think all of these developed partners should learn from here. We need to transfer knowledge for sustainability purposes. We, however, received adequate technical support from the UN fraternity. UBOS wishes to acknowledge and recognize the technical persons who are sent by United Nations Fund for Population Activities, UNFPA, UNICEF, and WHO from both within the country and the region office to conduct peer review to further guarantee the quality of UDHS results. Some of the key areas that were reviewed included the data sets, survey representation in terms of weights for the various questionnaires, data quality, response rate, and the use of the statistical packages, mainly Stata, CESPRO, during the data compilation. I would like to state that all of these efforts by the development partners are indication of the relevance that various stakeholders attach to the UDHS program. It is my kind appeal that all users of data are able to make reference to these quality indicators, quality measures of indicators that are about to be disseminated this morning. I always have problems with my staff. They think indicators is what we are disseminating. What we are disseminating are measures to the indicators. Indicators are already set. We know the indicator like fertility rate, mortality rate. Those are indicators. So we measure to see how we are progressing. So we don't measure indicators. We measure against the indicators that are of international agreed standards. The Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 3, talks about good health and well-being, while 6 of them mention clean water and sanitation. We must confess that all of these are critical aspects of human development processes that require clean data. Whereas we talk of clean water, we need clean data to be able to understand whether we're accessing clean water and achieving sanitation. We can only appreciate such transformation agenda by making good use of quality data that is produced using a well-coordinated approach for purposes of measuring progress and monitoring related program implementation. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, as we listen into the findings, we need to recognize the trends and realize that the figures could have changed comparing to 2016 with 2022 results. The implication that we shall have to examine, especially those involved in delivering services to achieve the indicators, what could have contributed to such changes? Where there are successes, we need to strengthen, and where we did not succeed, we need to reflect in order to address our interventions. As I conclude, Honorable Minister and delegates here, allow me to thank the Minister of Health from the bottom of our heart for the strong synergies and for such a fruitful collaborative effort that has enabled us to generate these wonderful health indicators. I can see my OBs here has been on my neck since the inception. I want to recognize Dr. Charles Orar. I first met him somewhere in a bush when we are still school children. Now we have grown up. So he has been giving us a lot of push that we need UDHS. Even when there was COVID, he was saying, no, we have to measure these things. I'm therefore confident that we shall use these results to realize our national health programs and international health initiatives. I want to thank the government of Uganda, through you, Mr. Minister of Finance, for enabling the successful implementation of UDHS 2022. You provided approximately 90% of the funding for this exercise, and you keep increasing. I think next time you should provide 120%, so that these development partners can come in for technical assistance only. I'd also thank you for also providing resources for conducting census, which will stress the findings from the survey, because survey was only reached only fewer respondents, whereas census will reach every population in the country. And I want to applaud you for being steadfast in providing resources for that. I thank all our development partners providing resources. More especially, I want to emphasize adding value to our technical expertise. And this is the partnership we want, so that we don't continue coming to you. I was arguing with my senior management staff, but this is the 7th UDHS. Have we surely not learned how these experts do things? And we proudly say we are statisticians and demographers. So when we are dealing with you, development partners, please give us wholeheartedly the technical expertise. You actually gain more than trying to continue coming to do the work that the local content people can do. So we are very grateful for USAID, ICF Macro, for having shown us the way. And now, the gentlemen and ladies who came for peer review, we learned a lot. Initially, my staff were saying, but why peer review have done good work? I said, no. Let's be reviewed by our peers to ensure the adequacy and consistency of our findings. And indeed, the intervention ironed out some few difficulties, and now we are 100% sure that the findings are very parsimonious. We are steadfast to ensuring that the data you receive today has been subjected to high level of quality assurance, and therefore should be used for its rightful purposes. Honorable Minister, one of the challenges of statistics is we produce good statistics, disseminate good statistics, but the uptake, the use of statistics in policy formulation, decision making, and public debate is still very weak. And we need to do much better. The statistics we give should be an indicative that we must work. We want to pray that every public policy that is made, that's not supported by statistics, shouldn't be held with the contempt that it deserves. We cannot continue planning for the country, making decisions on speculations. So the use of the statistics we give, especially Minister of Health, we have indicators that you can now start from. Minister of Water, gender, and so forth, education. We shall be presenting on the levels of teenage pregnancies. I was telling the minister that maybe if we strengthen education and employment, especially of girl child, because there is an opportunity cost. Childbirth is a choice variable. It is not a random variable. People choose. So, if these girls are educated and in employment and are earning, they have to do a calculation. Do we procreate or we remain in employment and earn? So when they're in employment, their fertility rates will reduce, definitely. So one of your key, I know your key pet subject this financial and next financial year is employment creation. And you should create decent jobs for girl child so that you can reduce fertility rates in Uganda. I'm not revealing the numbers, but you'll see they are still high compared to the global averages, especially where we are heading towards the developed countries. In a very special way, allow me to thank our field troops, data collectors, without whose effort we will not be here. Normally the ED, the executive committee, they take the, but for us we are always in AC. There are those who brave the rain. There are those who, in fact, I would like to pay tribute to one of the field worker who passed away during the training of COVID in 2022. So I will request that we give a moment of silence to Rosette Navuga, who passed away when we were preparing for this survey at the advent of COVID in October or November, around there, 2020. And there are others who were injured along the way. So these are the people we need to recognize more, and therefore I call for a moment of silence. Can stand up. And even those who passed away during COVID. May their sorrows rest in eternal peace. Amen. As I thank the data collectors, I'm thanking the technical staff who are here, those who did the donkey work of processing the data, analyzing it, and up to last night, they were still doing the work, Honorable Minister. So You have a dedicated staff at Uganda Bureau of Statistics that can work up to midnight. They have done a tremendous job. Once again, I welcome you and wish you a wonderful dissemination engagement for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukiza Chris, for those welcome remarks. May now take the honor to invite the chairman of the board of directors, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Byamugisha Albert.
Thank you very much, our Director of Ceremonies this morning, the Minister of Finance and Planning, Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, and the other ministers to join us later, members of Parliament, our development partners, the UBOS board and top management, including the staff of UBOS, representatives from ministries, departments, and agencies, top local government representatives, academia, civil society organizations, private sector, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Albert Byamugisha. I am the chairman of the board of directors, and I take this singular honor this morning to welcome all of you on behalf of the board to this significant gathering where we are convened to share the key findings of the 7th Uganda Demographic Household Survey. So today, we stand here to applaud the Uganda Bureau of Statistics for its instrumental role in 3 ways. 1, in coordinating the national statistical systems, and then 2, delivering timely and high quality statistics, which we are going to receive, and 3, fostering collaboration between state and non-state actors. As you heard from ED, we have the state actors and non-state actors represented by the private sector, development partners, civil society organizations, and the other citizens. So all of this has been achieved against the backdrop of diverse challenges with the overarching aim of supporting evidence-based planning, decision-making, and policy formulation. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics is mandated by the Statistics Act number 2 of June 11th, 1998 to collect, analyze, and publish integrated, relevant, reliable, and timely statistical information. In an era where the demand for development data has grown exponentially in terms of the scope, quantity, quality, and disaggregation, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics has played an essential role in providing data that informs various development frameworks. These achievements have been realized through the coordination framework of the Plan for National Statistical Development Framework, which is a building block for UBOS's strategic plan for statistics that gives the direction for the production of indices, conduct of household surveys, and censuses. So this Uganda Demographic Survey serves as an invaluable tool for collecting comprehensive health data, guiding health policies and programs, promoting health equity, and advancing national health objectives. It plays a pivotal role in providing data that informs decision-making to improve health and well-being of our population. So besides this data and statistics from UDHS, not only support our national development plan, but also align with international and continental development agendas. For example, we have the East African Community Agenda of 2050. We have the African Union Agenda, which talks of the Africa we want of 2063, and the international agenda for Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. So Uganda has been at the forefront in measuring its progress, for example, on the SDGs, with over previously, when SDGs were adopted in 2015, September, that time Uganda was a front runner because Uganda held the presidency of the United Nations General Assembly, and our president is one who flagged off the flag when SDGs were being adopted. And in 2016, Uganda was among the first 21 countries to do voluntary national review reports. And I'm happy to inform you that that report was prepared and presented by Honorable Matia Kasaija, UN New York, to present the findings of Uganda's preparedness in implementing sustainable development goals. So we thank you so much. See that now again we are here receiving the findings which are going to update the reports we are going to prepare. So as the world reaches the midpoint in implementing the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and seeks opportunities to accelerate its realization, Uganda is well positioned to leverage the UDHS findings to identify her standing in achieving these targets and make informal commitments to further enhance and well-being. You may be knowing that this year, during the United General Assembly that takes place usually September, we'll start on the 18th and go through 26th. And the President General has dedicated 2 days, 18th and 19th, to review the performance of sustainable development of all countries. So all heads of states and governments have been invited, and our head of state will be presenting the performance, Uganda's performance on sustainable development goals. But the report, the draft report, which we produced and shared with the cabinet on Monday, had some gaps. And these gaps were there because we're using the data of 2016. But we are happy now that we are launching and disseminating the key findings from UDHS, which is now going to fill the gaps. As a country, we have been able to measure 121 data points for SDGs. But when we adopted SDGs in 2016, we had 45 only. So we thank the Bureau for having moved fast to make sure that from 45 we went to 92 when we were developing the second voluntary national report in 2020. Now we are at 121, and I'm sure by tomorrow or tonight we should be at 140, which is a very, very big achievement. So I applaud. I think we need to applaud Uganda. So we are able to, we are going to update. So the report on the Uganda's commitments that will be read by His Excellency President will have this data completed. Last but not least, data and statistics from UDHS revealing disparities in health outcomes among various groups, allowing the government to tailor targeted interventions to ensure the vulnerable communities receive the care and the attention they rightly deserve, hence leaving no one behind, because these SDGs were put in place in order to transform the whole world, including Uganda. And the main thrust is ensuring that no one is left behind. So this one is going to tell us exactly who is left behind and so forth. So in closing, health and data inseparably are inseparably intertwined, and household surveys like the UDHS serve as a bridge that connects them. They empower individuals, guide health care providers, promote equity, and propel us closer to the healthier, brighter future for all citizens in this country. So let us recognize also, of course, I associate, the board associates itself with the executive director in thanking the development partners who have been supporting the Bureau, and especially for this case, USAID, NFPA, and others, and also thank the minister wholeheartedly for the support you have been giving to the Bureau. as indicated by the executive director. We thank you so much. I think join me, thank the minister who has been able to come because he has got another meeting at 9:30, but he said, no way, I will start with the dissemination of the data before I go for another commitment. So we can't take it lightly. That means you support us, and we thank you, and please keep it up. I call upon all the actors in the national statistical system to utilize the key findings from the UDHS and make informed evidence-based decision-making, leading us all toward the ultimate goal of the world, characterized by well-being and good health for everyone. Thank you very much for listening to me and for coming for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Byamugisha, Chairman of the Board of Directors. Honorable Minister of Finance, allow me to make mention that while the Chairman of the Board was making his remarks, your colleague, the Minister of Health, Dr. Ruth Acheng, arrived. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. And I was assigned to handle the protocol this morning by the ED. So I'm going to request for just 1 minute to do some small protocol arrangement so that the minister is able to sit by her colleague. So I'm going to do a small rearrangement. Where is my team? I've made some. Please. This side, please. Oh, okay. This one move a little bit. Okay, that will do. Thank you.
The minister is with us the whole day and she would want to participate first and then she will come to her seat towards the end. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now invite the UN Resident Coordinator, represented by Dr. Munir Safilden, the UNICEF Resident Representative, to give the remarks. You're welcome.
The chief guest, Honorable Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng, the Minister of Health, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Matia Kasija, Dr. Albert Byamugisha, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of Uganda Bureau of Statistics, members of the Board of Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Chris Mokiza, the Executive Director of Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and heads of, diplomatic missions and representatives of development partners, representatives of the academia, representatives of civil society organizations and the private sector, senior government representatives, UN colleagues, representatives of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Good morning. On behalf of my colleagues in the United Nations system in Uganda, I am honored to join you today for the official dissemination of the key findings of the 7th Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022. First and foremost, I would like to commend the government and Uganda Bureau of Statistics for their unwavering commitment and dedication to the launch of the UDHS. This launch is a testament to the resilience of the national statistical system under the leadership of UBOS. It marks a significant milestone in the journey towards generating accurate and comprehensive up-to-date data. Over the years, DHS have provided valuable insights into various aspects of health and development in Uganda, including child mortality, nutrition, maternal health care, family planning, gender-based violence, and access to clean water and sanitation, among other indicators. The inclusion of new topics in the most recent survey demonstrates a proactive approach to addressing the data needs of the Sustainable Development Goals and aligning them with the country's unique context. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the 7th Uganda Demographic and Health Survey stands out for 3 reasons. First, it includes data on the refugee population for the first time, a significant step towards the full inclusion of refugees in national data production. This initiative is particularly commendable as Uganda co-chairs the Global Refugee Forum in Geneva later this year. Secondly, the survey incorporates modules from the multiple indicator cluster survey mix on early childhood development and water quality, providing critical insights for policy making, planning, and evaluation in these critical areas. Lastly, it is noteworthy that the survey was conducted amidst 2 health epidemics, namely COVID-19 and the Sudan Ebola virus disease, highlighting the resilience and dedication of the individuals involved in its implementation. The launch of this survey is a timely opportunity for Uganda. It assists in monitoring the progress of the 3rd National Development Plan and inform the development of the 4th National Development Plan. Additionally, it will contribute to progress monitoring of the SDGs and ongoing interventions under the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2021-2025. The survey's findings will also play a crucial role in Uganda's voluntary national review report to be presented at the high-level political forum in 2024. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, the key findings of the report being launched today reflects the remarkable progress made in improving the demographic and health conditions of Ugandans. It is a testament to the government's hard work, the dedication of the health workers, and the collaboration of non-state actors in ensuring the provision of high-quality health services for all people. However, it's important to acknowledge that Uganda still faces significant socio-economic challenges such as high adolescent fertility, unmet needs for family planning, and the prevalence of HIV/AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis. The UN system reaffirms its commitment to supporting the country in addressing these challenges and achieving sustainable development goals. I would like to highlight that the UN system, alongside other development partners, has been a steadfast ally to the government throughout the journey of this survey. We have provided technical, logistical, and financial support at various stages. Moreover, the UN has played an integral role in the peer review process of the 7th UDHS, ensuring the quality and accuracy of key indicators. It's my understanding that 3 separate reports will be produced for the 7th UDHS, namely the key findings report being launched today, the full DHS report, and thematic reports on various topics. The UN system remains committed to supporting the production of the full DHS report and the thematic reports. And I am delighted to announce that 12 UN agencies have collaborated with UBOS to develop a US $42 million joint program for data statistics. This program aims to strengthen the national statistical system, enhance the production, reporting, access, and use of quality data and statistics in Uganda. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to once again congratulate the government, particularly Uganda Bureau of Statistics, on the launch of the key indicators findings of the 7th UDHS 2022. I am confident that this report will serve as a valuable resource to inform governmental and developmental decision-making towards accelerated progress on the SDG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munir, UNICEF Resident Representative. And the good news that you've just broken about the Data and Statistics Program that the UN, together with UBOS, have come out with. Honorable Minister, I believe everybody is waiting to hear from you. And it's now my greatest pleasure to invite you to speak to us. Thank you. You're welcome.
The Minister of Health, my colleague, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng, the UN Residence Coordinator, the country representatives from the development partners, UNFPA, UNICEF, USAID, and WHO. The World Bank is here? Is the World Bank represented here? No? Okay. All representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, and NGOs. The chairman of the board of directors of UBOS, and all other members of the board present, the executive director of UBOS and his staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning also, I'm greeting you. Mwasuze bulungi. Mwebale kujja ku mukolo. When you are charged with planning function for and on behalf of all Ugandans, it's indeed gratifying when you are presented with evidence of the outcomes of your interventions, but even more so when given more facts to support the march towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It is therefore my pleasure to wish you a good morning on behalf of the government of Uganda and on my own behalf, and to welcome all of you here at this National Dissemination Workshop to receive the details of the key findings of the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022. I am reliably informed that this is the 7th survey of its kind in Uganda, conducted on schedule. This is by all standards not a mean achievement, and we should be patting ourselves on the back because we have been able to consistently derive and use scientific evidence on our policy formulations, planning, and decision making, especially for the betterment of the health sector. As you are all aware, as a government, we are steadfast to ensure that we achieve the National Development Plan 3, and one of its objectives is to enhance the productivity and the social well-being of the population. In this area, we aim at addressing the common measures of this objective, which include, among others, the literacy levels, life expectancy, infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, safe water coverage, sanitation levels, and incidences of communicable diseases, and HIV and AIDS. On a continuous basis, we planned and undertook to evaluate our performance through measuring and monitoring using relevant indicators. It is therefore my conviction that the findings from the 2022 UDHS, coupled with those from other studies, will be very instrumental in informing the monitoring and evaluation process of the sector performance in respect of implementation of the NDP3. In addition to our expectation as a government that this 2022 UDHS will furnish us with information to assess progress towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals that I alluded to earlier, and more specifically those related to health sector. This is a key expectation as the overall development agenda and the performance of the economy are being matched with attainment of these SDGs. Of course, like most of you here, I am looking forward to reading the main report, which I'm confident contains a comprehensive health and demographic indicators that is so much needed in the whole planning process in the health sector. Therefore, my appeal to UBOS is that all stakeholders, including the local leaders and civil society organizations, are given immediate access to these findings to empower them, make informed decisions and contributions to the national and local agenda as the case may be. But also, I task UBOS to initiate the undertaking of more detailed analysis of this information, and also endeavor to provide plausible explanations of the findings to be released today. This is critical as it helps plug any information gaps that may be perceived by some sections of the wider public and also preempt speculations and negative criticisms. This kind of analysis is expected to help legitimize the policy choices we shall be making in regard to the programs, initiatives, and interventions for better service delivery geared towards the improvement of the quality of health of our people. Two, I wish to emphasize to UBOS that this analysis should be expedited so as to inform the final view of the NDP 3 and development of NDP 4. Mobilize and engage all resources at your disposal if you must. Aware that UBOS has not been at it alone, but it was a collaborative effort. Allow me to commend this symbiotic and rewarding collaboration between UBOS, Minister of Health, and all the other stakeholders here present in undertaking this exercise. Thank you very much. I appreciate and wish to urge other institutions to emulate this arrangement when producing programs of this nature, as such partnerships go a long way in building synergies, hence optimally utilizing the scarce resources, as you know. Now, I would like to specifically express my appreciation and that of the government of Uganda to the various organizations, namely Ministry of Health, Makerere University School of Public Health, and development partners, notably UNFPA, UNICEF, WHO, and World Bank, that supported us and particularly contributed to the review of the UDHS 2022 findings and the report. Obugalo. I will also thank the respondents for supplying the relevant information. Finally, I commend UBOS management and staff, for they have always lived to our expectations. Thank you for successfully conducting this UDHS 2022 and disseminating the results in a timely manner. In the government, you know, I've been around for quite a time. There is a big disease, bureaucracy. Something that we could finish in 2-3 months, it takes 3-4 years. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. That's why really I'm applauding the team at UBOS for having produced these results on a timely manner. And I'm appealing, please, to all of you, particularly you, the bureaucratic people. You know, time is money. You know that well? Time is money. When you have been assigned a project, when you have been given an assignment, if you find on the way a roadblock, come over, correct us, and we remove that bottleneck. But to get an assignment which I have given you for 1 year, you take 3 years, is not good, because you are stalling in development. The world is not waiting for us. I am, as your minister in charge of this economy, the issue of creation of jobs. And I think this study will also help on the creation of jobs. The issue of creation of jobs. We are offloading, Mukiza, how many youth are we frauding every year on the labor market? Do you know, you have that figure? I can tell you now that, you know, you come and tell us. Do you know? You don't know? 700,000. For us at the Ministry of Finance, we have looked at that. 700,000 youth every year are coming on the market labor, the labor market, every year. Now, we are now producing, we are creating about 300, 400 jobs. So what happens to the balance? You see the problem? You all see the problem? You seem not to have understood me. Let me repeat myself. Jobs, creation of jobs for the youth. Currently, we are flooding 700,000 youth on the labor market. Today, we are creating but between 300 and 400,000. The question I'm saying, what happens to the rest of that balance, the 300,000 plus? What happens? We are creating a very dangerous army that can disrupt things. You know, a hungry man. You know that saying? A hungry man is a what? He's an angry man. Hey, so please, we need to work at full speed. When we get to do something, let's do it diligently. If there is problems, let us sort them all together. This is my point I want to present you this morning. I wish also to thank the respondents for supplying the relevant information. Finally, I commend UBO's management and staff for they have always lived to our expectations. Thank you for successfully conducting the DHS 2022 and disseminating the results in a timely manner. Timely and extensive dissemination of survey findings is very essential as it makes their usability relevant and much more so it is a very good accountability tool. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this workshop, and I now declare the exercise officially opened. Thank you. My colleague minister, I have been a very bad partner today. I'm going to be very bad partner today. I will not be with you for all the time because I've got other programs. So for that matter, please, you excuse me. As soon as I sit down, I will stand up to leave you to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our minister, and I request that we give him a deserving round of applause. Honourable Minister, now that you intend to leave, allow me to recognize and put it to you that in our midst we have another member of the board of directors of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics who arrived, Honourable Bernard Mulengani. We have the Director General of Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwibesa. We also have Dr. Sarah Birete, the Executive Director, Center for Constitutional Governance. Prime Minister, we have very many other dignitaries here. By the interest of time, allow me to stop there. The others will be introduced to your colleague, the Minister of Health, as we proceed. And with that said, we would like to have we are evidence-based. So I'd like to have a photo with you, and I'm going to invite Honorable Minister of Health, the Director General, those dignitaries I just mentioned, kindly join those on the podium together with our development partners. Let's have one photo here, and then the minister will be free to leave at leisure. Thank you. The technical working group, please. This is your product. The technical working group, please join in. Well, Minister, I'm advised that before you leave, you're invited to a cup of tea. Minister, invited to a cup of tea. Minister, invited to a cup of tea, and equally all the guests here present will have a cup of tea and then resume. Okay, it will be working tea. So resume in a few minutes. You are all welcome to tea. It's just in the lobby. Thank you.
check. so that we can continue with the business. At the end of the presentations, we shall have adequate time to network and interact with each other. So you may enter with your tea. Our Chief Whip, could you ensure that everyone is in? Sharon, I saw you somewhere. I hope you are getting the members back. Yes, Peter, you could help us and mobilize the members back to the hall. We are trying to catch up with time, so let's have those members who are outside. We are starting. We are going to enter another session. And as you may be aware, we already had very wonderful welcome remarks from the Executive Director, Dr. Chris Mukiza. We also had remarks from our board chair, Dr. Albert Biamugisha. We had remarks from the representative of the UN resident coordinator. We had a very wonderful message from the Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija. And so we are going to have now the key findings of the survey. And therefore, as we kickstart this session of the program, allow me to introduce our other MC who has joined us, and she's going to be taking us through this part of the program. This is none other than Mildred Tuhaise. Mildred Tuhaise is a renowned journalist. She's a renowned presenter. She's on the face of Next Media, TV, NBS. So in the interest of time, allow me to invite Mildred to take over and run through this part of the program. Mildred, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Didakas. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We just had tea, even if it is chilly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like you didn't stretch enough outside. Since the Minister of Health is here, I could ask us to stand up and stretch a little bit because it is important. Maybe, yes, we were having tea. Let's just stand up and do a bit of a stretch before we go into other conversations that we'll now be getting into the lunch break. So I don't know what kind of stretch you want. I don't know which part of your body is tired. You could start with your hands and stretch in all angles. And as long as you don't hit your neighbor, eh? And then you could stretch your waist a bit. It's very important. I don't know to which side. The ladies will say, I'm in heels, I can't go. Yeah. And round. Others are just standing still. I think they're too cold. Eh? Yeah, we just had coffee actually. The neck is very important because it holds everything else. We'll do just one last one. The ladies, don't give me an excuse of the heels. There is a carpet, you can remove them. We will touch our toes. Let's go. Let's see who touches their toes. And we'll count 10 while we're at our toes. Me, I'm just showing you. Me, it looks like I'm not going to do it. We go to our toes. Honorable Minister is very flexible. Honorable Minister, you can see the rest of the people are just standing. Let's give her a round of applause. So while you were doing the drill, everyone else was just looking at us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's get seated and go into our next one. Now you see why that the day of physical activity is very important, Honorable Minister, because people will always say, I'm busy, the office work, this and that, but your health is as well very, very important. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for honoring our invite, and thank you to Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Thank you to UNFA, the World Health Organization, UNHCR, the World Bank, and all our partners for ensuring that we come up with this report. A little bit tight, a lot of work, a lot of statistics, a lot of numbers that are going to be coming through, but I don't want to take up a lot of time. Yes, we have the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development here, because while UBOS also plans for the National Population Census, which will be coming through in just a bit, it is important to know the status of that population. And health is one of the very, very most important aspects. Like they say, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation, definitely. I know many of us are waiting to see what this report looks like, what are the insights, what seem to be the challenges, the highs and lows, and I won't take up any of that time because I'm not a statistician. The statisticians will be telling us, and I hope that they will be able to break it down in the simplest way because they are people of numbers. Numbers, figures, statistics, percentages, pie charts, and graphs. I hope that this is going to be broken down to the simplest of conversation. And ladies and gentlemen, the two people who will help us do this in the next few minutes before we get to our panel, and I love that our panel is filled with a number of doctors that will be breaking it down for us as well. Let me have Mr. Bariyahirwa Stephen for the Uganda Demographic Health Survey coordinator, and then I'll also have after him Madame Helen Mviri from the Director Population and Social Statistics to give us this. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Stephen and Helen, because right after Stephen, I will have Helen coming through. So Helen, whichever way you feel comfortable, either coming and taking a seat right after Stephen comes, you come through, or coming from the audience, whichever you feel comfortable with. But ladies and gentlemen, over to the findings from Stephen.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, everyone. You're most welcome. I want to give you the first introduction to the DHS findings. The outline of the presentation, we have the objectives, we have the different DHS series we have done, we have the sub-regions that were covered in the DHS. We shall talk about the sample design, the tools that we used, the pre-test, main training, field work, data processing, data editing, analysis and report writing, then the peer review process which the ED touched about. I will talk very little about it, and then the results of the response rates from both the household and the interviews. Now, the main objective of the DHS is normally to provide current estimates on a number of health-related issues on marriage, family planning, sexual activity, maternal and child health. We also covered domestic violence, childhood and maternal mortality, nutrition, malaria, child labor, HIV/AIDS. We have had a number of DHS surveys conducted in Uganda. The first one having been in 1988-89. We normally brand it 2 years if field work crosses from 1 year to another year. If field work is taken from maybe October of 1988 to February of 1989, that's when you see the branding being 1988-89. Those of you who have been around for long like me, you remember the book was that color. The 1995 was in 1995 indeed. It covered all the data collection was within 1995. That was the color. 2001, 2001, that was the color. 2006, that was the color. 2011, we had the green one. 2016, we had that one. 2022, this is the one that whose preliminary results, the key findings we are releasing now. So this is the 7th in the series since 1988-89, and it is the 5th since we started dealing with demographic and health surveys using the DHS program. It is designed to provide estimates at the national level, and then we shall also get estimates at the rural urban, and after that we get estimates for 15 statistical regions which were selected based on the nearness and the near socio-economic activities of the different districts, and then we shall have also to give estimates for refugees. We covered the refugees in this survey. Now, the different sub-regions, we have South Central, and North Central. And the districts in the South Central, we have Butambara, Gomba, Mpiji, Bukomasimbi, Karangara, Karungu, Rwengo, Lyantonde, Masaka, Raka, Isemba, and Wakiso. And then in North Central, those are the districts there, Wikwe, Buvuma, up to Nakasongora. And of course, Kampala being a city, we normally pull it out. We don't want to add it to other districts. Even if it is also in the central, we normally pull it out because of its nature, its city nature, cosmopolitan nature, so we pull it out. The other sub-regions, we have regions of the east. We have Busoga with those districts, Bugiri, Namutumba. We have Bukedi, Budaka, Butaleja, Chibuku, Parisa, Tororo, Busia. And then we have that region, Bugisu, in that area where we have Bramburi, Kapchorwa, Kwen. I know we always get problems when we present this, and people said, no, we are not Bugisu, we are not what, but for purposes of labeling and nearness, we normally group them in that order. Then we have the districts of Teso, where we have Amuria, Bukedea, Katakwi, Kumi, Ngora, Soroti, Kaberameido, and Serere. Then the other sub-regions, we have West Nile, we have Karamoja, we have Rango, and we have Acholi with those districts. Then this is another group where we have districts in Bunyoro, districts in Itoro, districts in Kigezi, and districts in Ankole. So this is the map which shows the 15 sub-regions We have not colored it, but it shows where the boundaries are for each sub-region. And remember I said these sub-regions are normally carved in this way because we cannot have enough money to have district estimates. So we tried as much as possible to come up with these groupings such that we can talk at that level, at least for these 15 district groupings. Next, I look at the sample design. The sampling frame that we used for this survey was the last census, the 2014 National Population and Housing Census. You see, once we conduct a census, we keep using that frame for our surveys, not until we conduct the next survey. But, and this sample will provide estimates, just as I said, for urban and rural areas separately and each of the 15 sub-regions. In 2022, we had 136 districts and 10 cities, which were stratified in those 15 sub-regions. Now, the sample was, the DHS sample was stratified using 2 stages. In total, we covered 697 enumeration areas, and of those, 233 were in urban and 464 were in rural. We used lists of households. We had to make sure we have, since I said we used the frame for 2014, we normally have to get up-to-date lists of households such that everybody in the selected EA has a chance of being selected. So we do a household listing, and within every enumeration area that was listed, we cover 30 households. Because we know in health-related surveys, one person falling sick cannot stop another one from falling sick, even if they are from the same enumeration area. So that's why we do many, unlike in other socioeconomic surveys like poverty and where you get a number that represents others. In total, we had a representative sample of 20,631 households, which was randomly selected. Now, the other level of selection was all women aged 15 to 49 and men aged 15 to 54 who were either usual members of the household or visitors who slept in the household the night before the survey were interviewed. In the subsample of households selected, we covered male survey, and we also did water testing. I don't know what. Okay. Now, in the subsample of one eligible woman in the 2/3 of the household and one eligible man in 1/3 of the household was randomly selected to be asked questions about domestic violence. And where we asked a man, we would not ask a woman, we would ask in another household. Now, in the outline, I told you we shall talk about the tools, the data collection tools that we used. We had the household questionnaire, and in the household questionnaire, this was the one which allowed us entry in the household. So we would list all usual members in the households and visitors to identify who would be eligible to answer the questions. We would also get basic characteristics per person, e.g. age, sex, education status. Then we would also look at household characteristics, the source of drinking water, the type of fuel they use, whether they have electricity, the materials that are used in the construction of their dwellings, the type of toilets, and other sanitation facilities that they have. All that would be covered in the household questionnaire. Then we also asked questions on child labor and discipline. Then within a household, we would carry out water testing and salt testing. Now, in the woman questionnaire, we would start with the background characteristics. Then we would ask questions on reproduction, family planning, We would also ask questions about child and adult mortality. We would ask questions on maternal and child health and then nutrition. We would ask questions on marriage and sexual activity. Then we would ask questions on fertility preferences. We ask about husbands' characteristics and women employment, HIV/AIDS and other STI, and we would also ask about domestic violence. In the man's questionnaire, we asked also background characteristics, marriage and sexual activity, fertility preferences, employment, HIV/AIDS and other STIs, other adult health issues. Then we would identify also individuals for anthropometry and those other biomarkers. All the questionnaires were translated from English to 8 other languages. In the last questionnaire, we had water testing for E. coli, fluoride, and this laboratory testing was undertaken by the Ministry of Water and Environment. We were working in collaboration with them. Then we would also take height and weight measurements for children under 5. This would help us to compute those who are short for their age and the other nutrition indicators. Also for women age 15 to 49 to measure those who are obese and oversized. And then men also would take both their heights and weight. Sorry, the thing is okay. Okay, we had a pre-test which we did in May 2021, and we had a computer-assisted personal interviews training, which we normally call CAPI, that was conducted at Kabira Resort Hotel. The main survey training was carried out between November and December of 2021, and we had 125 field workers, 95 males, 95 females, and 30 males. This was because for males we were doing only a third of the sample, whereas women were doing all women. We also had 25 health technicians who were recruited and training on taking height and weight measurements in addition to water testing. A total of 21 teams were formed. Each team comprised a team leader, 3 female and 1 male interviewer, 1 health technician, and their driver. Data collection took a period of 6 months from May 2022 through December 2022. Electronic data files were collected on tablets. We collected this information using tablets, using the computer-assisted personal interviews system, and this was received at the UBOS central office on our servers. So every day they would collect information and send, and we would keep checking and advise the teams in the field if there are any issues that we need them to check. Data editing was accomplished with the CS Pro software, and we did secondary editing and data processing, which took place before data collection was complete up to February 2023. The data was edited from the field, just as I mentioned. A set of validation rules had been inbuilt into the data capture application. Secondary editing is what was done at the office, and then as the ED presented, we had a peer review of the key indicators. This was the peer review team. We had a team from UNFPA, both in country and the regional office. We had a team from UNICEF, we had a team from WHO, and we had a team from the Bureau. The objective of this peer review was to assess the procedure from the raw data that we had to the final data sets, whether all the correct procedures were followed. This team were also looking at how we calculated the weights. You know, because it is a sample and a few people are representing the entire population, we have to weight the data to make sure that everybody is taken care of. The team also had to look at the data quality. We also looked at the quality. The team had to look at the quality of key indicators generated from the data. They would have to cross-check. We using the same data. Do we get the same results as we had done earlier? Then we would get also quality checks for standard errors for different indicators. And of course, within this process, this was strengthening capacity because we had a number of, some of them were consultants who have worked on DHS for more than 20 years. So in the process, we also building our capacity at UBOS. And of course, all of this was done when the process was being documented. And this was done through brainstorming and consultative meetings. Also, we had reviewing documents, understanding the UHS data structure, then also looking at processing the data and analyzing, and then documenting the process and what the findings are from that process. Now, this exercise facilitated the acquisition of essential experience and knowledge by UBOS in data processing and results generation. The team processed and managed the raw data to construct the final files using the CS Pro program. Survey weights were recalculated for the new data set. Data quality underwent assessment through both internal and external checks. Various computer programs were carefully reviewed and generated to ensure precise estimates. The methodology and corresponding codes for standard error estimates was shared with us. And of course, just as I mentioned, knowledge transfer and capacity building was enhanced within our institution. Thank you very much. I think this is the last slide. The last slide is talking about the results of the household and individual interviews. Whenever we do these surveys, we have to cross-check out of our target, what were we able to get? And if we look at the household response rate was 99%. Every household that we targeted, we almost got all of them. It was slightly lower in urban areas, 98 and 99, but because we know Uganda is more of rural, that's why the overall result is 99%. Then in the interviews for the women aged 15 to 49, in the urban, the response rate was 95%, whereas in the rural, it was 96%, and overall, it was 96%. For the men, the response rate was slightly low, especially in the urban areas, where it was less than 90, it was 87%, but in the rural, it was 93%, and overall, the response rate for the men was 91%. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to share with you before Helen comes and gives us the key findings.
Thank you very much, the previous presenter, and thank you very much, the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still morning. Good morning once again. I've been introduced. Call me Helen from UBOS. We are now going into the findings of the survey. I don't know how much time I have. 15, I'm told I have 15 minutes. I hope I will make it. We shall move, before I make the presentation, the previous speaker has noted that we had 3 strata, which includes the refugees. The results in here are not including refugees. It is a separate activity which will follow soon after the final report. Then the other issue is the stratification by sub-region. We have North Buganda, South Buganda. Buganda is an entity, so we shall show results by Buganda. Yeah. So first of all, we begin with a few highlights on education. We ask our respondents, or we collect information about their education, and what we see here, we are looking at our respondents, although the men include the 15 to 54, but we are showing the 15 to 49, showing that, of course, the men have slightly higher education than compared to the women. Critical to note is those who have never been to school. We talk about leaving no one behind. At the age of 15, 10% of women, those aged 15 to 49, had never been to school compared to 4% of the women. So we straight away move to the results because we don't have time. Our guest of honor, we collected a lot of data, and one of the indicators was contraceptive use. We would ask women about the knowledge of the fertility regulation and asking them whether they are aware about the contraceptive methods, and if they know them, then whether they had used them before or whether they were currently using the methods. For women of reproductive age, we also asked information on the children ever born. We asked information on immunization, and so on and so forth. So the results you'll see here are some of these. So we begin with fertility trends, where I would ask women to give us their birth history and the survival status of these children, which will also further give us more information about mortality. So as of today, an average Ugandan woman would have 5.2 children. You may wonder the decimal point. It's between 5 and 6, and it has slightly reduced from 5.4 since the last UDHS. So when we show the fertility trends, we are looking at the differentials by region, place of residence, whether it was rural or urban. What is important to note here is, the pointer is not working. What is important here is that there has been a decline, whether it's rural and whether it's for the overall, for the entire country. But we are seeing some slight increase for the urban areas. We don't know why, but possibly we need to look at the creation of these urban areas where even the definitions, yes, because if they are gazetted urban, they are really urban, but maybe they have the settings of areas which are still rural. We don't know, but we need to get more details about this. Then when we go to the fertility by sub-region, we see areas of Bunyoro, Busoga, Karamoja having the highest fertility, and it is highest in Karamoja, where it has remained at 6.7 children per woman. In Bukedi, it is also high, it is 6.5. These are the two regions which have the highest. Busoga is 5.7, and in Bunyoro, we see 5.5. The darker the shade, the more the number of children per woman. To note that in Elgon, in Lango region, in Ankole and Chigezi, the fertility is lower. It is around 4.6, 4.7, and 4.8 for Elgon, and Kampala has consistently had the lowest. So we also look at the fertility preferences, and here we are looking at married women, and we would ask them if you would go back to that time when you didn't have children. Of course, these questions are kind of subjective, because a woman has had children. If you could go back to that time when you had no children, how many children would you like to have? Would you like to have another one soon or later? These fertility preferences help us to measure project some of the fertility outcomes in the future. And also they help us to study the unmet need. So 42% of the women of reproductive age indicated that they wanted to have another child later. Later meaning more than 2 years. But also 15% wanted to have a child soon. Soon meaning anytime. And those who declared they were infectant are those ones who said, I have tried and I've tried, I have no chance. Of course, there are some women who are sterilized who have a small proportion. Those ones, it's automatic, they can't have any more children. But important to note that 33% of the women were undecided. Yeah. So we get to the teenage childbearing by place of residence. Our guest of honor, information on teenage pregnancy has almost stagnated for the last so many years. It is, as of today, 24% of the girls who are women aged 15 to 19 years were either mothers or were carrying their first child at the time of the survey. But you can see the trends for the last 10 or 12 years from now, and the situation has remained the same. Although there is some slight change for the urban areas from 19 to 21. We move to the section on family planning. Women were asked whether they had knowledge of family planning, and if they knew those methods, what were they using? And we have information on injectables, the male condom, the pill, the implants, the IUDs, female sterilization, and also the traditional methods. Traditional methods could mean any method, like you do ABCD, you tie some medicine around your waist, you do all those responses that which cannot be classified as medical, so they are still traditional methods. To note that for modern methods of family planning are the ones which are shown, they exclude the traditional, that 38% of the women who are currently married in Uganda today are using a modern method. When we move to any method, it is 43%. But the results are differentiated by women who are currently married. Currently married is whether you are living together as husband and wife, but we don't go into issues whether dowry was paid, whether it's a church marriage, once you are living together, the demographers will say you are susceptible, you are at risk of getting pregnant. Of course, you'll not look at each other. Then we also categorize the women who are sexually active and married women. The issue of contraception is important. We are trying to avoid, when we promote contraception, unwanted pregnancies and avoid those abortions which are risky. And at the same time, a woman who is HIV, she may not know what to do. So you are reducing the infection of mother-to-child transmission when you promote the use of family planning. So we also study the category of the sexually active unmarried women, and we see what kind of methods they use. And of interest to the policymakers today would have been the what? The male condom. Are they using it? You can see it is slightly higher, although the percentages are small. That is 3% for the women who are sexually active. But also to note that the IUD, the intrauterine device, 15% of the sexually active unmarried women are using it, compared to 2% of the other women who are currently married. So these are the trends in contraceptive use, but for modern methods. So here we are looking at the modern methods, and what we see is that there has been an increase. But important to note that we are also trying to reduce the red bar, which is the what? The traditional methods. So these are at 4%, and it is like a U-shaped, and we don't know what is happening, but we'll give more analysis. Our guest of honor, we ask women whether they are currently using any family planning method. And if they are currently using any family planning method or not, we also ask more questions about whether they would like to delay or stop their whatever, what are their fertility preferences. And here we are looking at women, whether they are using a family planning method, and categorizing them whether they were spacers or they were limiters. Spacers meaning that they were delaying their next reproductive outcome. They would like to have another child in the future. Limiters, whether they no longer want to have any more children. And so we are looking at the use of family planning. If you declare that I want to have another child later, that means you should be using a method of family planning, obviously to stop or delay that method. So currently we are saying that 13% of the Ugandan women have an unmet need for spacing, while 8% or 9% have an unmet need for limiting. What does this one mean? They have declared, I want to delay. The others have said, I want to stop. But none of those is using a family planning method. So the MET method is where they are saying, we want to stop, we want to delay, but they are using. So all in all, we are saying, if the reproductive rights of these women were being fulfilled, there are some reasons behind that, which we are not addressing today. The total demand for family planning for spacing would be 39%, while that for limiting would be 26%. So we get to the summary of these results, and the met demand, or we have seen that the unmet need, which is the total for the limiters and spacers, then you get the total unmet need, which is 22%, and that is what we are seeing here. The unmet need is 22%. The met demand is the contraceptive prevalence, and we are saying the total demand. If you add those two, they give you 65, but those small issues are due to rounding off. And so the percentage of demand satisfied is 66%. And the percentage of demand satisfied for modern methods is 60%. So 2 in every 3 women, you see, more than that or close to that will have what? Or 3 in every 5 women have a met demand for family planning for modern methods. So we go to childhood immunization. Children have to be immunized to protect them against killer diseases. We have a schedule for immunization. whereby a child is given BCG at birth, is given polio 0 as a booster at birth, and all those whatever vaccines, DPT1, DPT2, DPT3. It has so many other vaccines. There is hepatitis and others. So at the end of that day, we have that schedule. By 9 months, a Ugandan child should have had all the immunizations, should be fully immunized. But at the global level, even in Uganda, we have agreed that when we are looking at immunization, we look at 12 to 23 months. We even wait for those who have delayed. And the study group here is for children who are between 1 to less than 2 years. And we note that if a child has received all the basic vaccinations, it is at 54% of the children. And these, you can see the results. DPT3, I know it is something which is Ministry of Health usually tracks. It was at 70. And how did we get this information? When we reach the household, we would ask for the immunization card and would take note that this mother has a card. And if she didn't have the card, we would ask for the information depending on the mother's memory. Some of them have exercise books. We would just transcribe the information. The data capture was designed in the way that it is similar to what we have in the card, and then just get this information in the system. And this is what we have. But also important to note that information from the national immunization days is not included. So we look at the trends for basic vaccinations. We can see there has been an increase, and of course there is a slight change there. It may not be significant. If we look at the confidence intervals, it could have stagnated. 55 and 54 are almost the same. But the key important issue when you talk about SDGs, leaving no one behind, is the red line, where we have kids who have never received any vaccination. And we are glad the Ministry of Health has already asked our ED to include this category in the census. Where are they? Where are they distributed? Can we follow them? We are glad they brought out this issue, and they will be covered in the census. Only those who have not been vaccinated. So the trends are in the basic, for the immunization, then that is for DPT3. We have seen the other ones. We talk about nutrition, and we have childhood illnesses. Those children with symptoms of acute respiratory infections. We have acute respiratory infection as ARI, and also we ask the mothers to give us whether their children had what? Diarrhea. And these are children all under 5, and those are the results. 7 in 10 of the children indicated that they had diarrhea, while 2/3 also indicated they had respiratory tract infection. We go to nutrition. We indicated that anthropometry, that is height and weight, was conducted for children, women, and men. And the results presented here are for children under 5. And we use the information of -2 standard deviations, where we have those who were stunted, too short for age. 24% of Ugandan's children under 5 were stunted at the time of the what? At the time of the survey. And these are the trends. But here we are looking at children who are 6 to 59 months. So when the curve is going down, that means we are seeing improvements in nutrition. The smaller the percentage, the better the results. So we also have the nutrition status of men and women, and we see the gender issues here. We don't know whether it is. So of course, looking at the height and weight of the women and the men, in the survey, we have those who are overweight. 18% of the women who are 15 to 49 were overweight, and the men, it was 9.2. And of course, there is also a category of who are obese and those who are thin. Those who are normal, I believe that there is no issue of policy, but we see some slight gender issues here, whereby the results for the normal, for those who had normal weight and height, the results were better for men than for women. Then we get to the maternal health care, where we asked women whether they had attended antenatal care, whether they had delivered at the health facility, and if they delivered at the health facility, the type of skill provider. Here we note that we have results from 2022, and we are going backwards for the last 20 or more years. And we have seen that 95% of the women attended antenatal care, irrespective of number they attended. And for those whose birth occurred in the health facility, we are seeing improvements here, whereby in the year 2000, only 37% of the women had delivered in a health facility. The figures have risen to 42 to 57. In the 2016 DHS, it was 73, and currently 91% of the women deliver in a health facility. So when you have 91 delivering in a health facility, then that means the type of skill provider is also going to be high. So we see some trends in antenatal care. We know that WHO has changed from 4 visits, which are recommended by Uganda, to 8. We will give those details maybe in our main report, but currently our focus was on 4 antenatal care visits, which is recommended by the Ministry of Health. So anything 4+ is better for us. And that is where we have given the results, showing trends over time, whereby women who have been attending 4 antenatal care visits has increased from 42% in 2000, currently to 72% as of the last DHS. And of course, we're trying to compare the antenatal care and then the deliveries. Those days, more women would go for antenatal care visits, but then they wouldn't deliver at the health facility. So you would like to see those 2 bars moving together, not the deliveries lower than the antenatal visits. But now, 72% of the women go for 4 or more antenatal visits, and 91% deliver from a health facility. So we have seen these trends, and that is it. We have talked about this. This is just a line graph. And then assistance during delivery. We are looking at the timing of the postnatal care for the mother. We have guidelines. You should receive postnatal care immediately after birth, or at least not more than 2 days. So we note that 66% of the women received postnatal care, within 2 days after delivery. And then 4% received after 2 days. There is the group of no postnatal care at all. So we note that some women deliver in a health facility. We have to do more in that area. Then we move to the knowledge, attitudes, and practice. Knowledge of HIV, we are talking about. This is the measurement for comprehensive knowledge. One type is using a condom, one type is limiting sex to one sexual partner, then using a condom and limiting sex to an infected partner, and these are the results. We see that the men have just slightly, they are almost the same. When it comes to using condoms, of course, men have a higher knowledge than that of the women. Then limiting sex to an uninfected partner, it is almost the same. It stands at 87% for females and then 88% for men. Then how about the both? When you combine the two, you have 78% for women and 81% for men. And here we look at comprehensive knowledge among the youth. This is important because this group is very, very important to get their for measurement of their knowledge. We have mainstreamed issues of HIV in so many programs, and here we want to measure the service delivery, the knowledge. Are these people knowledgeable? So as we speak today, we are talking about the age group of 15 to 24, and whether they know, they have knowledge about the comprehensive, that is, we are measuring knowledge about comprehensive knowledge of HIV among the youth. And here we are showing the rural-urban dichotomy. Where does it fall? So today, as we speak, you find that 56% of the women have comprehensive knowledge, those women aged 15 to 24, while for the men it is 54%. In urban areas, the figures are higher, but we note that the women have slightly more knowledge. When you get to the rural areas, it is almost the same. We collected information on violence amongst women and men, and we have very few results. We are now showing information on sexual violence, and for those women who are 15 to 49, how many have ever experienced sexual violence? It was 16%. And those who have ever experienced sexual violence in the last 12 months, it was 11%. That was for women aged 15 to 49. We will have more results when we are giving the detailed report, the main report. And lastly, this is our last chapter. We are looking at mortality. We collected information on mortality by asking the woman about the birth history of her children and the survival status of these children. Whether she's living with these children or not, she was supposed to give us the information. And it's the information we use to generate fertility and mortality. And would record when each child was born, if a child died, would record whether it was days, whether it was weeks, whether it was years. As we speak today, our guest of honor, we have information on neonatal mortality, which represents information for children who die before they celebrate 4 weeks of life, those who die within the first 28 days of life. Then for infant mortality is for children who die before they celebrate their first birthday. Under 5 mortality, children who die before they celebrate their 5th birthday. All these are represented by the denominator being 1,000 live births. So in Uganda today, neonatal mortality is at 22 deaths per 1,000 live births. For infant mortality, it has reduced from 88 children per 1,000 live births to 52 children per 1,000 live births. This is under 5 mortality. I'm confusing the two because they are closer to each other. The infant mortality as we speak today is 36 children dying before they celebrate their first birthday. Yes. 36 children per 1,000 live births die before they celebrate their first birthday. The under 5 mortality has reduced from 151 to currently, which is 52 children who die per thousand live births before they celebrate their 5th birthday. This is the infant mortality by region, and we note that West Nile region has the highest, and the lowest is in Teso region. So where you see the darker shades, that means the infant mortality is high. In Bunyoro, it is 43 children who die before they celebrate their 1st year of life among 1,000 live births, not percent. This is 42.7 children who die among 1,000 live births. So in Ankole, it is 49, in Toro, it is 37, and in Kampala, it is 33. Karamoja has the lowest, the second lowest, it is 26. So we observe a similar pattern, although the results kind of differ. In West Nile, it is 79 children, almost 80. That is for under 5 mortality, those who die before they celebrate their 5th birthday. When it gets to Karamoja, in Buganda, it is almost the same. In Bunyoro, it's almost the same, it is at 60. In Buganda, it is 56. In Karamoja, it is 56, and so on and so on. In Ichigezi, it is 43. We get to now the last slide, which is maternal mortality ratio. Our guest of honor, we collected information on maternal mortality ratio using the sibling method or the so-called sisterhood method. We would ask each woman of reproductive age to give us those siblings of hers, whether they are still alive or whether they died. And if they died, we would only analyze information for the female deaths. For the deaths, we only consider those who are 15 to 49. And we have the various causes of death. So we have the pregnancy-related deaths and also the maternal deaths. So a maternal mortality ratio excludes death that were due to accident or violence. In the last DHS, in the previous DHS, we would not exclude this kind of information. So the maternal mortality ratio for the 7-year period before the survey today is 189 deaths per 100,000 live births. What's the next slide? Okay. So what we see here is the maternal mortality ratio, and in the last DHS, that is when we computed the maternal mortality ratio, where we would also exclude the deaths due to accidents and violence. And this is where we have come from. So I just wanted to show the trends over time, but before we show the trends over time, that means we have to put into consideration that the methodology changed, and what we used to call maternal mortality then is now called the pregnancy-related mortality ratio, to show where we have come from. If today we are still measuring that maternal mortality using the older method, this is now the comparison. But as I mentioned, the comparison can only be made for these two surveys. This is where we have the same methodology. So briefly, we'll give you some of the SDG indicators. This is just a summary from this data collection effort. We are aware that the DHS contributes to SDGs, but it's not the only source. There are other sources. We just wanted to give a summary of the highlights, and these are some of them. We have looked at these results, and this is just from the DHS. So in summary, on average, a Ugandan woman will have 5.2 children. Infant mortality rate is 36 deaths per 1,000 live births, while under 5 mortality rate is 52 deaths per 1,000 live births. 91% of the births were delivered in a health facility, while 54% of the children received all the basic vaccinations. 26% of the children, this was were stunted. This is the age group 6 to 59 months. Then pregnancy, of course, this is looking at the trends. So ladies and gentlemen, I end my presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for Helen. And even much bigger for the Uganda Bureau of Statistics and all the partners and the funding for the work that we've been able to do. That's been quite some time. Helen, I would like to say thank you so much, because breaking that down, an entire report in just a few slides and a few minutes that you really had is no mean feat. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to also give a round of applause for all the other achievements and strides we've made according to the reports that we have here. Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng will let you know, who we also had named Mama Corona. I think the name will be erased a little bit later. Since COVID is getting done, at least. Exactly, the Ministry of Health. That is why I was coming. That is why. That is why I was coming, and that is the reason why I had mentioned you, because it takes quite a lot. And I know much later on, the minister will be letting us in on some of the steps, some of the measures that have been taken, how we've managed to come down with maternal mortality, how we've managed to come down with neonatal mortality under 5 deaths. It's no mean feat. It has taken a lot of education. It has taken a lot of fighting in Parliament for resources to be mobilized and given. It has taken a lot more than what we get to barely see outside. A lot of discussion, a lot of haggling here and there, but finally, at least we can be able to say we are moving closer to where we want to be. So once again, a round of applause to each one of us, because in our own way, we get to contribute to the positives that we are having here. While we were at it, we were also joined by the UN resident coordinator, a resident rep here in Uganda, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo. Thank you so much, RC, for joining us and for all the work that the United Nations family has managed to do. You can clearly see World Bank, the World Health Organization, UNHCR, UNFPA, and all the rest that have managed to do this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a day for getting to listen to just 1 2 persons speaking. We're going to engage in a conversation. I am going to invite 3 medical officers. Medicine or the health sector is very dear to me because I've grown up in a family full of medics. And I pay a lot of attention to that because, like I said earlier on, a healthy nation is a wealthy one as well. But then later on, after getting their thoughts and views and what has made them smile and what is not making them smile, I remember when they said, Bunyoro, my people are very fertile. We are producing 5.5 kids per woman. I am wondering what is, whether it is discovery of oil which is increasing this, and we think we'll have a bit more of money. And then our grandchildren from Busoga are also giving 5.7 children. I don't know what's happening. And Karamoja at 6.7. But one thing I realize, if we get to match that fertility to the poverty levels in these regions as well, you can see there is a very, very close correlation. Because if we look at teenage pregnancy, just the other day we were covering teenage pregnancy on NBS TV, and it was extremely high. The poverty levels in Busoga are still very high. The poverty levels in Karamoja are very, very high. So could that be as well contributing to this kind of fertility? But anyway, it is not me to be able to dissect those. Allow me invite Professor Frederick Makumbi from Makerere University School of Public Health. Let's give him some energy as he tells us what is exciting him and what, made him frown at the statistics that we had. I also have Dr. Olaro Charles, the Director of Curative Services at the Ministry of Health. Dr. Olaro, very happy to have you. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not a mano. There is a lady on the team. Allow me invite Dr. Nsungwa Jessica from the Ministry of Health as well. It is free seating except for the last seat here, which I would like to occupy later. You can clearly see because we are slowly, Dr. Nsungwa, you're very fit. There was a staircase here. All right, thank you very much. And I don't think I will need to take any of the seats there. I will keep standing. It is healthy, at least that I've been told severally. So in no particular order, I normally love to start with the ladies. My tagline is ladies first unless when there is danger, but there is no danger in this case. So I will start off with you, Dr. Jessica. First of all, your overview. What excites you about this report and what makes you frown? I was particularly paying attention to ladies who are giving birth at health facilities. 91% is very, very good, but of course we would want to have 100% or have like a 98%, 99% right there. But I'm also seeing a reduction in children dying before they either make 5 or their first birthday. What excites you, Dr. Jessica? Please take it up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank my Honorable Minister for this report and the performance. I think we are all very excited, surprisingly excited. But I think for me, generally, most of the indicators are rhyming. And that is very exciting. If you look at both demand, coverage, and probably which also implies access, I think there's a lot of positive movement. And what surprises me most here, but I also have an explanation, is that although we had COVID, although we had disruptions, we seem to have rebounded back very quickly to our normal. And actually, during COVID, we had a special pillar which was carefully monitoring the continuity of essential services. And we learned from that data that actually most of the problems happened between April and May 2020, but many indicators actually went back to normal. For example, we know things like ANC fell down by a slight dent, but most of them came back to normal. And those indicators which did not come back to normal, for example, the rotavirus, you can see it has actually impacted on the overall performance. Sure. So for these indicators where we have not had much improvement, we are able actually to link them to the effect of COVID. But interesting enough, although we had these draconian policies for COVID, I think globally we're well known for that, it looks like it quickly rebound back. And this tells a lot of, I think it tells a lot of story. It is possible that we already had good systems.
Oh yeah.
And you can also see from the data that some of this impact began like 10 years from now. So already we had made, I think, the dent and the trajectory had started. But it's very surprising that actually COVID did not scratch us so much. And I think we have a lot of analysis to do there and maybe stories to tell. So for me, that's the most exciting thing, that we actually walked through the COVID pandemic and we rebound back to our normal. In fact, for some indicators like the C-section, we actually even went higher than what we expected. So what was observed and expected is not what we saw actually from this. So I think this is really mostly confirmation of what we did, and that's why I'm very much excited. And I want to thank our minister for the good leadership. I think we have a long story to tell. We have a lot to write, and I think we need to, my ask here is really for us to do a secondary, deeper analysis. I think we need to dive deeper. There are a lot of beautiful lessons there, but also I think we should not forget the fact that We don't want to leave anybody behind. And I'm glad that the Bureau of Statistics is also trying to help us to make sure that we can find out who has been left behind. It would be interesting, for example, to go back for these newborns who died. Can we go back to these homes and do a verbal autopsy? It's very important to understand deeper what happened to these people who did not benefit from the system. I think that is my general comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And you don't know how much you were getting the minister excited. At this rate, we're just going to give her some space so that every time she feels like jubilating, she gets to jump up. But I know what it has been, Honorable Jane Ruth Acheng, and how much you've kept fighting, especially when it comes to resource allocation. And having this kind of good news coming through is very, very welcome. And I totally agree, Dr. Jessica, that I think there is a level of resilience of Ugandans through COVID and moving out of COVID, and we are just getting to rebound. Dr. Laro, what does this look like for you, looking at the statistics that have been given, a bit of the changes here and there?
Thank you, moderator. First, also, I want to applaud the Minister for steering all of us. Thank you, Honorable Minister. To all the partners in the House, thank you very much. For the civil society, you definitely pushed us, and we moved. Thank you. I think I want to first emphasize that during COVID, definitely, government made a very deliberate effort. So everything which was made, despite the lockdown, was very deliberate. And really we factored that when the president communicated, we wanted him to make the message that the continuity of essential services does continue. And actually I'm more proud because I was actually the chair of the what? Of the continuity of the essential services pillar. And I also want to applaud all those who worked with us. And how we worked is that we did identify that if there were issues in whatever region, we worked with the region to be able to see how do we mitigate them. We're able to, even despite restriction on movement, to move equipment, move medication, equipment, and others. What I want definitely to say from the research that if you look at what was set in the Uganda National Development Plan, the key indicators, because I'm looking at that because I know it still ends in 2025. If you look at the infant mortality rate, our target was 34, and we are at 36. So actually we were moving, we were almost there. If you look at under 5, it was 30, we are at 52, probably. But we are moving, the neonatal mortality rate was 19, we are at 22. But even that, we know where the issues are. We know that if we do it, now we know that if we improve the quality in the delivery room, that's where, because we know that almost 50% of these newborns die because of birth asphyxia and prematurity. So if we are able to address that, then we think that we should be able to work on it. On maternal mortality ratio, we already were seeing this happening because using our perimeter, we're able to account for every mother. And our institutional maternal mortality ratios, we're actually going down. We're actually thinking that we're waiting for this report just to prove that what we actually were seeing is correct. Dr. Mugai is here, and I think he's really been the champion for that. I think on the aspect of delivering in health center for this 91%, I mean in the facilities, I think again government made a very deliberate, informed decision to invest in upgrading health center 2 to health center 3. Because that's where 50% currently, but I'm sure the number will go up, 50% of the mothers deliver. And now having health center 4s to address the 10% who will develop complications. So I think if we consolidated that, then we could be able to have a lot of achievements. I think for now, let me stop there.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Makumbi, I first want to get your general comment on what excites you in here and what you think still needs to be addressed on the issues that made you frown.
So yeah, sure, thank you so much. Name again, Frederick Makumbi. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Again, I'll add my voice to my senior colleagues here, thanking the Minister of Health, and I kept wishing the Minister of Finance, I hope he was here, and then I hope it will be communicated to this, so that when she says, well, we are working well, we need more resources in terms of management resources, at least evidence will be available. Please let's make sure that the information gets delivered.
Yeah.
But my background is in statistics, that's where I come from, and public health. And I'm the team lead for the Performance Monitoring for Action, which works with the Bureau of Statistics, the Ministry of Health, and stakeholders to generate some indicators on family planning on an annual basis. And one of the things I always look at is what's the story and the data consistent, what are the opportunities, where are the gaps do we need to address then so that we can engage and engage all stakeholders involved. Some of the most interesting stories I see in here is data consistency. When I see ANC at 72 having increased from something like 60, I know I now see the 91% delivery in facilities. And when I see neonatal declining, there's a story to tell. So there's no individual service, we should work independent. They should be synergized, working in order to have an ultimate outcome impact. So that was very clear and very interesting to me. But also, even as we get excited, I also learned that the opportunities for those indicators that are improving, we need to step back a bit and think and say, what are we doing right? This has been mentioned. But also, if you notice, there are significant regional variations. Apparently, there are some which appear to be left behind, and we need to address those. Learn from those that are doing well by deep analysis, then try to see how can we help those that seem to be stagnating, and then we put them right. And also, one thing which is again very striking, these indicators we're talking about, neonatal and the rest, they seem to have been an accumulative effort for the years past. And we are beginning to see the fruits. When you see modern contraceptive prevalence being at 38, it would have been better, but some of those are short-term, they respond easily to bad service delivery or challenges. So when we see them kind of not speeding up the way we wanted, we know they have been possibly challenged by the challenges we have had, like COVID and many others. But then the moment we are seeing these long-term indicators being positive and trajectory, it tells a story that the service has been improving over time, and whatever we are doing, we should be able to do it right. And my last comment is, there are opportunities. If women who are attaining ANC 4+ are moving from 60 to 70, if those delivering are moving from 70 to 91, it tells me there's a window of opportunity to improve modern family planning by looking at postpartum family planning. That's a gap which should be addressed. So why should almost every woman deliver in a first facility and we don't give them the opportunity and the chance to be able to protect themselves against an unintended pregnancy immediate? So we should be able to tap into that opportunity as we try to continue to improve the services. That's what I kind of see for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Makumbi. I totally agree with you. If we have 91% delivering in the health facilities, and yet we still had a very low percentage, or there's still an unmet need of family planning. So is it about the availability, or is it about, you know, the engagement right there? Dr. Jessica, I want to come back to you. Looking at about 24% of women having been mothers or had a child at the age of between 15 and 19, that is teenage, we still consider it teenage. And that's slightly, at 19, you're just past the age of consent, which is 18. And that means we have children giving birth to children, for lack of a better word. How do we get to bridge that gap? Because I want to believe that could also be one of the contributing factors to some of the complications that would come after delivery. But also, I want you to highlight the issue of postnatal care. Whereas we have the increase in those attending antenatal 4 visits plus and much more. But if you just round off those who receive postnatal care, which was at about 66% in the first 2 days and just about 4% 4 days after, it's still below par. for me. I don't know how you look at it. So what are the gaps there that we need to be able to close?
Thank you very much. I'll begin from the adolescent childbirths. Actually, based on the reports we had previously, this is also a big surprise for us. We were expecting a slightly higher number, and I think that's why it's very important to do these surveys. A lot of our mothers who are delivering when they are children are also localized in specific districts, as you have seen from the diagram. Many of these people who are having children now, from the data, are actually in the urban areas. But we also know that most of the young mothers are based in the rural areas. And we need to carefully think about, and I think Helen also described, the issue of who are these children who are delivering when they are very young. From the data, it seems that they are in the urban area. But the question is also, how are we defining the urban area? Because we know most of the underlying factors for the young girls is that they get married very quickly. Actually, for us in the health sector, we act downstream. Most of the problems are up here. They have to do with education, child marriages, cultural practices, and we only see them very late. They don't come to our facilities because they're also very healthy people. They are very young. They are very adventurous. So we need to go back and really discuss and see where are these children. And I think that needs to be looked into, because whereas the data shows that they are mostly from urban area, it's possible that because now we have new municipalities, most of these areas still remain basically rural. So we need to go back and look at that data again, because it's very important to identify who these guys are. In COVID, we actually thought there was going to be a baby boom. And from the healthcare services, we set ourselves ready for these babies. And surprisingly, we didn't see this baby boom. Even in Kawempe, we were waiting for the big baby boom. It did not happen. So it looks like most of these mothers, actually, girls, are in the rural areas. And we need to work closely with other sectors, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education. We need other players from the religious leaders. Everybody needs to come together, and we put our act together, because these young children don't only have more complications, but they also have a higher risk of losing these babies, leave alone their social and economic effects. Postnatal care has actually also tripled. In the previous DHS, I think we had 1 in 4 mothers going for postnatal care. And the biggest problem we have seen from the home care practices for the newborn care has a lot to do with the cultural practices.
Okay.
Some of you know that when a mother has delivered and has gone back home, she cannot cross a road junction, for example. Many of these mothers are confined in the home. So we still have a lot of unfinished agenda to deal with the community, the care practices at home, the beliefs around the care of the baby. These babies, whether they care for their codes and so on. So there's a lot of linkage we need to work on to make sure that we also improve what people are doing during self-care, but also making sure that these babies are actually brought back. Because you can see many more mothers are delivering, but when they go back and they are satisfied with this baby, they're not coming back. So we have a big problem there to deal with. Some of it might have to do with the provider, the availability of providers to give information, both for postpartum family planning, but also for advising them on care seeking and coming back immediately. But also, you know, when babies are normal and healthy and they've gone through this whole big ordeal, most people will be satisfied. So we need to mobilize both at the community level. We need to improve our healthcare provider, counseling and advice, but also we need to make sure that we have some supports to make sure that these mothers can come back. Previously, we had voucher programs, for example, which have helped these mothers to come. And in the districts where we had introduced this transport vouchers for mothers, we saw postnatal care actually go up very high. So we need to go back and reanalyze this problem, work with all the players at the community level and at the facility, continue educating these mothers, including teaching these mothers in schools about caring for these babies. So I think we have a lot of opportunity there. We just need to work it further, dive deeper in this data, and find out where we can put most of our effort, so that we make sure that the mother and the baby care is moving together. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I would like to loop you in, Dr. Makwambi, on that. The role of the community. There seems to be a bit of information gaps, but also the traditional beliefs versus what the health system would actually require, especially for looking after the newborns. How are you as School of Public Health coming in to bridge that gap right there?
Yeah, so thank you very much. Certainly there is increasing, first of all, education has been a very important component, and we thank government certainly for having made sure we have universal primary and secondary education, because that has significantly created awareness, understanding of information which gets packaged and communicated. There are lots of different researches being done, say like public health, working with the ministries of health and many other stakeholders. And we have colleagues who are in that space of maternal and child health, specifically my colleague, Dr. Peter Waiswa, whom many colleagues here know. And they've been doing a lot of, as well as Dr. Victoria Nankabira, who are working in this space clearly. And they have been able to identify the important communication areas which require women and men to be aware about the need for the health and well-being of the mothers and the children. And so there's been a lot of promotions in the communities, engaging the VHTs as well in this space, but also working with the various health facilities and the stakeholders to be able to make sure we are seeing what we are seeing, including what Dr. Jessica has indicated. But let me step back a bit. I think one of the things I don't want us to lose is the issue of the urban that she brought up. A lot of settings have been baptized, defined by political definitions to become urban. And I think there's a lot of work we are going to do to go into these settings using evidence and research, be able to identify those pockets of the urban poor, so that we can be able to promote these important health communication and engagement with stakeholders and engagement with the facilities and the mothers and men and women in those communities, so that we can see improvements in some of these outcomes that are kind of stagnant. And my last comment is certainly something which, again, the minister we are engaged with in Dokoro, the issue of self-care. We should not forget tapping into the opportunity of self-care, where people can be able to take care of their health issues, including the maternal and child health, but not forgetting, of course, engaging the health workers who are responsible for providing all this critical information.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Just before I leave you, another very great category, especially that will contribute to matters maternal health, and particularly when it comes to family planning, the men. The role of the men. Is that an aspect you want to engage in or have engaged in? What are the myths and beliefs? Because you will find that we might be talking about this high rate of childbirth or fertility in particular areas, but the men play a very great role. You'll find so many women out of many researches that have been done saying that is determined by the man. It will be the man to say, yes, we can take a family planning method or not, even amongst educated or the elite, if we would say so. So the role of the man, especially in a patriarchal society that we live in.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Yeah, we certainly, UBO certainly did data and collected information on men. And I hope we shall be able to see more analysis in this area for the men. We should not make I don't want to call it a mistake, but we've been a lot of significant promotion of the girl child. And from my own observation and some analysis, I'm seeing the boy child is being left behind. Is being left behind, and we need to start working on that. Along those perspectives, that's why the men is becoming very important, that a lot of things that we do, health communications and everything, we forget about men. So we need to make sure that men are brought on board, but of course, certainly, we also need to make sure that the women are empowered to say no where there is a need to say no, but also have a chance to discuss with the men on the same footing, so that their decisions can also be heard. But I think the take-home message, we should not leave the men behind in all aspects of maternal and child health, I dare say, paternal, maternal and child health care services. Those should certainly be involved. Otherwise, we are going to miss the mark, and the fruits will be missed if we don't involve men fully.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Makumbi. I like the new coinage. It's paternal and maternal child health at this point in time. It's no longer just maternal child health, but I totally agree with you that the men need to be brought back on the table. We thought the boy child, actually, okay, not the men. The boy child, if you missed it is okay, you'll be able to catch up from the other programs. Before I get to involve the audience, and I'm going to request Didakas, who is going to be taking up the plenary session, to just get ready and have some microphones moving around. Let me get to Dr. Laro, and especially this is something Dr. Makumbi has well raised a bit on the issue of the regional variations. What could be the factors therein, and what has been done, for example, when it comes to reduction in fertility? You have Kampala, which has the lowest fertility rate, and then you have the Busoga, Bunyoro, Bukedi coming through with the highest fertility rate, and that loops in the issue of poverty. When you look at the poverty levels still, out of the statistics that UBOS has carried out, not very good at all. But also when you get to issues of, for example, infant mortality being highest in the West Nile, and then you're having it lowest in Teso, what are the differentiating factors that need to be adopted to better the other regions?
Thank you very much for the question. Those are the observations which we have seen from the data. I think I've only had interaction with the data for less than 24 hours. So I will definitely need to do what? To really look in details. Yeah. So we are surely interested. Why? Really? Because if you're looking at when 2018, actually West Nile, the data is almost becoming 2019. But what we need to know that when you're looking at under 5, you are adding both the neonatal mortality rate and also then the other one. So you find that it's kind of like it's an addition of children who are less than. So if you have a high neonatal mortality rate, then already the under 5 definitely will be what? Will be high. So we'll need to look at if we're able to address the under 5 mortality, I mean the neonatal mortality rate, then we can be able ultimately to reduce. So I think those are things which we really need now to go back to interrogate the data, and then we could be able to get back and be able to see what exactly are we not doing well in those areas. Even Teso, where you are saying they are doing very well, it's also understatement. We need to find what exactly does it mean. So I think this is still too early. We'll need just real data to be able to do one. But we know that there are things like, if you look at like sickle cell, probably if you look at malaria, because those are really the major causes of what? Of the high burden of what? So we need to look at that, and then we can be able to see what are their what contribution are they making.
Okay. Any further suggestions you'd like to make out of what you feel could have been missed out in the survey or in the reporters?
I think definitely first being a surgeon, one of the key, and if you look at the Lancet Commission, 30% of the burden of ill health is due to surgery. So I would definitely want that. I think in the future we look at what's the unmet need for or the met need for surgical services. Because if you look at surgery, it's actually what drives you to poverty. The cost for out of pocket for surgery is much more higher than even for treating malaria. So I think probably it's one of the things which we really want to be added in the future surveys.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Jessica, do you think there are some ideas, aspects that need to be considered in the future that you feel haven't yet either been fully covered or covered at all in the report?
Thank you very much. I think this DHS has, as we said, all of us, that has confirmed the fact that government has really stepped up its action. And there's been a careful, deliberate effort to make sure that women and children in particular are able to access services, for example, for delivery, which are as appropriate as you'd have it in a hospital. So we've tried to improve the standards of care We have done health center 3 constructions. We have done upgrading. I think the biggest problem we'll have, because now the hanging fruits are almost gone. And that's why you say we need to tackle things like newborn health. We need to have more advanced care. But the biggest problem we need to look at, which probably is falling in the cracks, is looking at the quality of care. We need to make sure that we avoid having white elephants. We have all these beautiful health units, and they are probably well equipped. We need to make sure that the quality of care is addressed, and that actually the rights of women and children are addressed when they access health care. So we need to invest more in what the interface between the providers and our clients. And that means we need to move to different areas of funding. We need to focus on the human resource, the human capital, type of people we have there. We need to focus on the issues of rights, making sure that people come, and we are looking at different types of standards. And that means that we need to invest even more. Because I think we should not think that the story is done now. Actually, the next phase of our work is even more difficult. We need clients also to be part of the process. We need other players to be part of the process. We need more funding. We need more targeted approaches. As my director has said, we need to know where, we need to make sure that we bring everybody closer. We look at the poorly performing places and have a convergence. So our story should be about convergence. Look at those people who are being left behind and make sure that we bring them more closer. So the emphasis should be convergence and quality of care, quality of care, quality of care in our service delivery.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Dr. Makombi, with regard to public health, what would you love to see probably in the next UDHS report?
Yeah, so thank you very much. Again, like I said, my background is in statistics and data. I think we have a lot of data that we need to sit down and analyze, dissect, and be able to identify the gaps and where they are, and we go ahead and address them. We have opportunities, so we have only seen the big picture. But like you said already, there are variations across in most of the indicators. So there are opportunities we should tap into. High impact practices for family planning, for example, postpartum family planning, very critical and important. Community health workers, very, very important. We need to make sure we tap into those. I don't know how much data is available about drug shops in DHS, but I think you can look at that. The issue of self-care, because our human resource and resources to run facilities is not elastic. So we need to empower men and women and children to be able to care for themselves within the available resources and within that their understanding and experience. We need to certainly do that, but I think certainly we need to make sure we dive into the issue of making sure, and everybody has talked about the issue of equity, nobody should be left behind. Even within urban areas, there are those pockets that we need to identify and be able, and that's public health, that everybody can be able to benefit from this, and you cannot afford to have one size fits all. So we must flag out those pockets and support them to be able to make a change in the next indicators that we shall certainly, hopefully, be more positive than what we are seeing. Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to my panel, which has also interfaced with this report for just about 24 hours. So they're still internalizing the report, and I am going to request them, because I know they would learn to be a part of the plenary as well. If you can, feel free to get back to your seats. And like I said, all of us have been intrigued, a little bit excited about some statistics, but also scratching our heads and asking, how did this come through? Because I want to believe, Dr. Helen, you have a few questions coming through, because some people are asking, how was this? Probably, because I gave you just a little bit of time, they're asking how you managed to come up with this particular statistic. How did you do the measurement of this and that? I am going to allow us a few more minutes for the plenary session before we can get to have our Honorable Minister speak to us. I think she's going to have a very, very splendid, beautiful day after the results that did come through. And Honorable Minister, I support you, as the media will be behind you, to say, hello, Ministry of Finance. you see what has been done. We need more money. If we've done this and that with only the little money that was, Dr. Mugahi, I expected you to be joining the minister here. Where is Dr. Mugahi? I expected you to be joining the minister in jubilation. All right, so I am going to invite Didakas to take us through our plenary session, and thereafter we will, of course, be able to join Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Chobe as well. I expected him to be jubilating and celebrating with the minister. We should have champagne over this after. But anyway, anyone who has some questions, many of them might be questions maybe on how the data was arrived at and all that. The other could be suggestions and supplements to what has already been discussed. And without any further ado, allow me invite Didakas back to take us through the plenary session, and then we'll have our minister speak to us. Let's welcome back Didakas to take us through the plenary session, and I know that the mics are already ready to move around. All right, welcome Didakas.
Thank you very much, Mildred. That is a center space that you have given us, and we really appreciate you for taking us through this session. Let's clap for Mildred. We have already spread out about 3 mics, but before we continue, I would like to invite our key presenters, that is Mr. Stephen Barahiro and Miss Helen Viri Namrembe, to come back here. And Dr. Vincent Senono. I know Dr. Vincent Senono did present, but he has done a great job at the background. He has done a very, very great job at the background. Let's clap for him. So the presenters and Dr. Senono, you're welcome. And we are going to have a session whereby it is good that people know you. And our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Health, would like to know who's asking the question. Dr. Senono, please take your seat this side. And then you tell us your name, maybe the organization, and then you just go ahead with the question or the remarks. Let's try to be brief. And in the interest of time, I can assure you we have kept time. We had said plenary by 12, and it is actually 10 minutes past 12. So we are trying to manage time and ensure that the minister can deliver her message comfortably, and then she can catch up with other set of programs. The mics are on. Their hands the other side. John, okay.
Thank you, sir. I would like to join the previous speakers in congratulating the minister for the job done in having these indicators actually improving, but also thank the population for accepting this. I would like to address myself to what we call a double epidemic. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Chobe from the Ministry of Health. And I want to speak on the double epidemic of infectious diseases and NCDs. I see a great missed opportunity in measurement of NCD trends alongside the rest of others. I appreciate the design issues, the challenges of data collection, but the value of measuring the two together is invaluable. And why am I saying this? That we are seeing NCDs on the rise in the country, and as we see these other indicators actually all improving. And at the same time, the two access care and services from the same center. But also appreciate that these are a diverse category. The only thing that I saw was measurement of weight, which was in this case in relation to nutrition. And I see that as a big omission. Further, again, another big omission, I think this was also asked by Mildred. Again, coming from other, which looks potentially smaller diseases. And we could have done a smaller subset on this. In measurement, Vincent, we've worked on this together. In measurement of some of these viruses and as they move in the population. And I don't think the resources would have been very significant. We have evidence the coronaviruses had actually saturated in this country, and also the Ebolas. One challenge I see, which also was in the data collection of data over 6 months for different indicators, for me I see is a challenge because some of these indicators change within this period of time. And that could have given us some variations across. And I'm not sure if analysis you dealt with this. I would like lastly to speak to what my senior colleague Jessica called draconian interventions in COVID. They were not. These were measured interventions. They were measured interventions, and that's why we saw people able to get food, to get to where they are getting food. They were able to access services, but at the same time, being able to control COVID transmission. I would respectfully want to disagree with my senior colleague, Jessica. Otherwise, I congratulate the Bureau for this report.
Thank you, Dr. Shobe. Here, John, Dr. Birete.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wish to join previous speakers in congratulating the Minister of Health and the Bureau of Statistics. And why do I congratulate the Minister of Health? Because they are the people who have cooked the beautiful statistics that we are enjoying, and of course put together by the professionalism of you both. I have a few comments that might be general in nature. One is on the teenage mothers. That curve that is stuck on teenage mothers, we are dealing with a lost generation as a country. And I don't know what interventions we can take. And since we have Dr. Ruth Acheng, as much as you are Minister of Health, you are part of the political leadership in this country. I think the issue of sex education must be put back on table. We shouldn't go for the religious approach at the expense of our children. And I hope Cabinet can address that, because we as a nation, a secular nation, you don't hinge on religious myth in determining your decisions and interventions. I am a born-again Christian, as a disclaimer, but you cannot use religion to plan for a nation. I want to comment on stunted children. That's also a crisis that is tied together with not the same necessarily, but a health of a nation is determined from the health of our children. I know that Busheng has featured, surprisingly, some of us who come from there, on the highest number of malnutrition. And we keep wondering what the missing gap is. Yet, it's a rich district by all standards, with high education levels. So we don't know what interventions that could take place there. The issue of family planning, our numbers average at 5.2 is not good for our development as a nation. It cannot, we need everybody in the middle income status. These families with numbers they cannot properly take care of will tie us into the cycle of poverty. First of all, it's an indicator of household poverty and a permanent cycle, but also it exerts pressure on our resources, natural resources, leading to environmental degradation, and we shall fail to meet our climate action targets as a nation, and it must be checked. But it also exerts pressure on our resource envelope, because you have more vulnerable communities to take care of, and you cannot achieve the social security indicators as a nation. My last comment is on immunization. I think we need to up our game. There are also a lot of myths around immunization. We saw what people were worried of during COVID. And even when we would go and take jabs and post that you have taken my jab, you know, those myths, I think, should be demystified further. But as I conclude, I want to end on the positives. I want to really celebrate the reduction on the maternal mortality numbers and the number of women giving birth in health centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah Belete. Dr. Sarah, next time you go to NBS on Thursday, we request you to discuss that issue, because we know you are always doing the country so well in that area. Any other hand? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Charles Oyo, the Commissioner for NCD at the Ministry of Health. What I wanted to say at the beginning, I think, has been brought up by my colleague on NCDs. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very much aware that NCDs is a very big problem in this country and in the region. Now, at the beginning of the presentation, the presenter who started the presentation talked about salt testing. We know salt consumption is linked to cardiovascular diseases, especially the sodium-based salt. But in the key findings, I didn't get any information about the findings on salt that you tested. I don't know the interest of the salt testing, whether you are trying to measure the amount of salt that we consume at the household levels, or I think you need to clarify on that. But going forward, I think as a country, we need to move away from sodium-based salt to potassium-based salt, which is more healthier compared to sodium in terms of risk to cardiovascular diseases. Two, I expected to hear a lot about the risk factors for NCDs, like alcohol use in the country, smoking, substance abuse, and physical inactivity. That aside, mental health conditions as well should have come out, including injuries, which is very common in this country. So if this has not been taken care of in the surveys, then going forward, I think we have to include this in our subsequent UDHS. But fortunately, in a way, by triangulation, the STEP survey is going to provide additional information that will enrich statistics in that area. Regarding immunization, I expected to hear something about HPV vaccination among girls aged 10 years, because that is linked to cancer of the cervix. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. I think we shall take more two, and then we shall allow the presenters to respond, and perhaps we shall close the plenary to allow the minister make her remarks. Yes, please.
Thank you. Most of the speakers are medics. I'm an economist. My name is Simon Peter Nsereko. I work with the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office. There's one thing that caught my attention, but I haven't heard the panel speak about it. I looked at the HIV knowledge. We seem not to be doing well. First of all, congratulations to the Minister of Health. We see a very good improvement in most of the demographic and health related indicators. But in terms of HIV knowledge, what is coming out corroborates with the information that we have in the, we carry out a United Nations Common Country Analysis every year. And consistently, we have seen that there's a big problem among young people. For example, if I can check quickly here, most of the 43% of new HIV infections are occurring among adolescent girls and the youth, that is mainly 10 to 24 years of age. And the most the most compelling issue is that out of all those, 79 are happening among adolescent girls and young women. 79%. So I'm happy that Minister of Health is here, because we might end up, there's been good progress in terms of HIV response, but we stand a risk of backtracking on our fight against HIV/AIDS. If we do not find out exactly why among these young people, these are mainly high school and university going girls. Could it be because the messages are not reaching these people? Could it be that we are using very traditional messages that cannot reach these young people, or maybe the young girls are living reckless lifestyles? So this is something that I think the Minister of Health needs to address as urgently as possible, because it might, lead to backtracking on the fight against HIV/AIDS. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Joanna is my name. I am not a medical practitioner, so I'm going to ask a question as a lay person. Definitely, I would like to start by remarking that the ministry is scoring highly in a number of indicators regarding the health sector, and that is something that we should be very proud of. Congratulations again to the Honorable Minister. When we talk about issues of maternal mortality health and infant mortality health, and then looking at some of the findings that were presented, some issues have direct bearings to this. For example, we only talked about quality services, maybe at the hospitals or health centers. I would like us to have a scenario where we look at that rural health facility, health center 1, health center 2, deep down in the villages, and then we ask the question, do we have all the qualified medical staffs to provide the services that are necessary? Because some of those questions will have a direct bearing to the indicators or to the percentages we have. My experience of holding programs in health facilities in remote areas shows that sometimes we do not have maybe accommodations for the health workers. Definitely they are not available to attend to the patients or the mothers or the children 24/7. So yeah, that is my brief contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Richard Mugahi. I work with the Ministry of Health. Mine is also brief. We are all excited about the results. And of course, there's a lot about this report that is covered. But my question is going to the team from UBOS. Now that we managed to capture some qualitative data around HIV, is it possible around the 91% also to capture the experience of care. And it's more or less in line with what she was talking about. Given the background that you both has traditionally been leading in doing the service availability and readiness assessments, can this be an opportunity as we pick the qualitative data also to be able to get the experience of care? When you combine the two, I think it would be very good for us to improve and provides a better perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. Let's give an opportunity to our presenters to make their comments in regard to what you guys have shared.
Thank you very much, team. We'll respond to the issues, but what I see coming up is most of the issues are policy related, but we'll raise the issues that are related to the work we do. Maybe I will begin with the last two questions. Yes, we conducted the DHS, and one of the best practices would have been to have a harmonized approach where you have data coming in from the facilities. Those days there would be a SPA, a service provision assessment survey, and where these women are going, because now we're using electronic devices, call it the cappies or tablets, they already indicate where they have visited, and you can have a collection of all those health facilities within the community, and you go and visit them and administer some tools, do exit poll interviews, and triangulate the information to give it rich results. Colleagues, the DHS is an expensive survey. But those issues can be discussed. We have listened in. We would have liked to have that as well, but it was not possible. The funding issues, the good thing our Chief Executive and the board are here, some of those issues can be addressed and maybe looked into there at a later stage. When I look at the issue of salt testing, yes, we tested for salt, and we were looking at the issues of iodine. Some of the results are not here, even water testing and many other indicators. I will also give chance to my colleagues. I don't want to preempt the discussion. Maybe Vincent, you can come in, and then Stephen can talk about what other things we do in the Bureau. It's not only the DHS that generates some of these indicators, but he's in charge of some other surveys where we have collected a number of indicators, and he'll be able to tell.
All protocol observed. I just want to make two comments. One, like someone, you may note that all the information cannot be corrected from one survey. And in 20 census, which is coming, the 2024 census, we have included a question on no immunization. This is the first time we are going to capture information from no immunization as indicated by the presenter. This is really would be a landmark. Two, also, given the DHS nature of the survey, it is guided by the global DHS. Some of these indicators cannot be generated as part of the indicators. But with the guidance from the executive director, the capacity WBOS has built, more indicators are going to be generated internally. We are no longer going to depend on the design. Now, Bureau has capacity to design all these indicators, and they will be included in subsequent surveys and censuses. We also note that this data is demand-driven. When we requested input in some of these indicators, like non-communicable diseases, to be captured in other census, they only come at dissemination. So the request is that during the preparation of these tools and instruments, when we invite stakeholders, they should participate and support us to ensure that when we generate these reports and indicators, they reflect what we want. We have an opportunity, Chair, lastly, that we are on the final stage of finalizing the census tools. And some of these issues can be incorporated in the census tool. Like NCD is increasing, but we don't have a smaller set of questions which can be included in standard surveys. So without an agreed standard indicators and measures, it becomes extremely difficult to continue measuring them as standard indicators. So Lieutenant Colonel, my question is, have you come up with standard questions and indicators which we can measure consistently over time to ensure comparability of the findings? We also hope that other questions which have been raised are important, that in the future, triangulation is important. We collect data and quantitatively, but the guidance from the ED has said, please supplement it with the qualitative understanding of the findings. But sometimes qualitative measures take time to analyze, which may sometimes delay release of the what? Of the findings. Given that you only analyze the qualitative based on the quantitative approach. So, but this has been a plan, and all subsequent surveys are going to capture both the quantitative and the qualitative measure to supplement the understanding of the concepts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Vincent. Let's hear from Mr. Stephen Barahiro.
Thank you very much, all. I will tackle very few of what has been handled. There was a question on collection of data within 6 months is a challenge. Yes, it may be a challenge, but what we normally do, depending on the nature of the survey, we have to distribute the sample in such a way that we capture some of this information over time. We don't be seen, even in the terms of the number of enumeration areas we have to do. We don't want to go to the field and we collect all the information in 1 month and we don't do what? Especially in terms of surveys like the DHS, like the UNHS, we want to make sure it is spread. For example, if you want to look at sickness, who fell sick and what, if you went in a short time, you would not be having spread that information over time. So that's why we do it that way. And it is not too much of a challenge, because indeed we have to limit the number of teams that we are going to have and what have you. Vincent has talked about stakeholder engagement in a number of these. When we are doing these surveys, indeed we call for these meetings. Some people come, some people don't come. But when we disseminate, that's when people realize that this information is missing. So I am adding my voice to whoever thinks has something to include in any survey, because all the time we have a survey, we call on people. Please always come in time. Now, on the issue of NCDs, we have been asking questions on NCDs. In the panel, we have a survey which we were doing for a very long time. Panel called the National Panel Survey, which we have now called the Uganda Harmonized Integrated Survey, which we do every year and following up households. We have been asking these questions in those surveys. We even had health information where we had these machines where we would take arms, circumference, blood pressure to get all that information. So this information is there in some of those surveys that we collected. And the data, whenever we finish, the data is available for everybody to do additional analysis that they want to do when we have it ready. Now, the other one is on this alcohol and other related substances in the DHS. If I'm not mistaken, I think we asked some of this information, but as you know, today we have shared only a little. The full report of the DHS will have most of the things that we included in our questionnaires. So this was just the key findings, but there are many other things that we have not been able to present here, which will come in our subsequent report. Yeah, I think that's what I captured.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you very much, the panelists. I request that our technical team can get back to their seats, and with a big hand clap for them, a big hand clap as they get into back their seats. And ladies and gentlemen, the time is now that we must listen to our minister in charge of health. She's the one in charge of health for all Ugandans. And therefore, this survey report, the key indicators are very, very important. Let's put our hands together as we welcome the Honorable Minister for Health, Honorable Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng. Honorable, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, MC. The UN Resident Coordinator, representatives from development partners, UNFPA, UNICEF, WHO, representatives from civil society organizations, representatives from government ministries, departments, and agencies, UBOS members of the board, the UBOS executive director and staff, the media, my teams from the Ministry of Health, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. First of all, allow me to say the release of the Uganda Demographic Health Survey Report 2022 is very timely. And timely because we have a UN high-level meeting within 1 week's time. And if this hadn't happened, we would be going with old results. But at least now we are going with good results. Not so good, but good results. That we will walk with our heads high, because after a very difficult period of COVID, many of you will remember that Uganda had an additional, a nyongeza of Ebola. And so, having these statistics as they are, after all those challenges and with our limited resources, I really must congratulate all of you. Congratulations. And a big, big, big appreciation to all our partners, because without you, we would not make this progress. It's about partnerships and collaborations and teamwork. And in a special way, allow me to appreciate and recognize my teams. I want them to stand up, because I'm feeling very proud about you. Thank you very much. And I am saying thank you for a job well done, because during the last 3 years, I think it is the health sector that did not have a good time. I know we got a lot of bashing. Jessica did not say draconian laws, she just said we were told they were. I think that was her language. That's what the population were calling them. But even to see that in the midst of all those challenges, we did our best to keep Ugandans healthy. You did a good job. Thank you. The Uganda Demographic Health Survey 2022, as already indicated by the Executive Director in his welcome remarks, was designed as a follow-up of other previous surveys, with the latest having been conducted in 2016, and that is what we have been referring to, but with immediate effect from today, please refer to the correct statistics. And for purposes of the media, you will allow me again to emphasize the statistics. The UDHS 2022 finding, as I earlier on mentioned, come at a time when we are undertaking various health programs and reforms to ensure that citizens have equal access to health services as and when need arises. And when I talk about reforms, allow me again to emphasize that our ministerial policy statement is nearly 85% focused on the communities, because we know that is where our strength is. I am glad that the shift in various indicators as presented is a direct result of a successful health program that has been implemented over a period of time with support from partners. Some examples. I have seen the infant mortality rate has dropped from 43 deaths per 1,000 live births in the past 5 years in 2016 to 36 in 2022. Under 5 mortality has dropped from 64 deaths per 1,000 live births to 52. Now these may look small, but they need a lot of work for us to get where we are. And I am sure that many of you listened to Dr. Laro as he was explaining. Of course, when you look at the regions, you see that the regional statistics are not so good, and we need to go back and ask ourselves why. Now, many of these looked as if they were plateauing. 43 to 36 is not a dip, it is almost a plateau, but at least it is a drop. And there are many things to explain even before we go down to understand. And one of them is that the funding to the sector has not significantly increased. The human workforce or the health workforce is still a big problem. Health education and promotion needs to be intensified for our population to know why they need to work on this, and a lot more. Maternal mortality reduced from 336 deaths per 100,000 women who give birth to 189. This is not remarkable, but it is good. It is good for us because efforts are being put in. Government is making a lot of investments and continues to make investments, and partners have also made a lot of investments. So whereas we are still losing mothers during childbirth and labor, at least we can say a big congratulations, because we've come from far, from nearly 501 down to 189. That is good progress. And several other indicators that have shown progress as we continue to gear towards achieving the much needed health transformation. The Ministry of Health is committed to ensuring that Ugandans have access to good and quality health services. But this is dependent on the quality of data to support better planning, policy formulation, and evidence-based decision making. And I really must appreciate the partners who supported UBOS to carry out this demographic and health survey. Planning without reliable health data can be termed as a suicide. That is why the UDHS indicators that we have received today is a great ingredient in the realization of better health systems. A health system where patients are treated with dignity, mothers can give birth in a health facility, and children are immunized in record time. And it is only through this that we are able to prevent and control most of the diseases, because 75% of our disease burden is preventable. The UDHS 2022 also provides comprehensive information about the population, maternal and child health. And such findings support our planning by aligning our strategy to key areas that require to be addressed immediately. And some of them were glaring. West Nile, Karamoja. Those are areas where we have to ask questions, go back and do due diligence. We have also seen that the total fertility rate struggled to fall from 54 to 52. The scientists would say there is no statistical significance. And it is indeed true. There is no statistical significance, but at least some areas have made progress, majorly the urban areas. And Lango has made progress. That shows you that whenever I'm there, I'm talking about fertility. But for us to have a significant drop in fertility rate, we need very strong political will. The political voices need to come and speak. Because the truth is, the high fertility rate is breaking us. Having 1,600,000 children born every year is a huge burden. And it is a huge burden when you go ahead and analyze the statistics even more. When you look at how many are taking up the rotavirus vaccine so that they don't get diarrhea, the numbers drop. When you look at the DPT coverage, the numbers drop. That shows you why the under 5 mortality and the infant mortality did not make a dip. They only made a plateau. Number 2, we need to create demand. Demand for family planning commodities by talking about planning for better families. And personally, I believe we lost it along the way when we emphasized commodities rather than information. People need to be empowered with information to know why they need to do certain things. And we know that, especially when we are handling epidemics. When you empower people with information, they will do the right thing. But when you go to talk to women about planning for families, the first question that people usually ask, and I was telling my neighbor, they ask, are you on family planning? Is that a correct question? Absolutely not. Because are you on family planning is not a question, because family planning is not about commodities. And that is why our demand is still very low. I think I saw at 64%. Once we increase the demand, even the unmet need will go up. So we are not celebrating that reduction in unmet need because the demand is still very low. And when you look at areas like Karamoja, you will even wonder whether there is demand. West Nile, is there demand? There is demand within Kampala. That is why fertility went to 3.7. But who stays in Kampala? It is you people, the elite. We don't need to tell you about planning for your families because you're running up and down trying to make ends meet. You're not thinking about having children. But what about those who are in our villages? After perhaps digging in the morning, what is the activity in the evening? They don't have TVs. So what is the activity in the evening? I am asking you those questions because I want you to go and analyze. We must create demand for family planning products by seriously talking about planning for families that you can afford and look after. And I always tell people, if you can look after 10 and ensure that they all go to good schools and all go to universities, it is okay. Go ahead and have 10 and look after them. But if you think you cannot, have the number that you can look after. And I don't think many of us here are really able to look after 10. We are not. So we need to address that in a holistic manner by all of us raising our voices to that. One of the objectives in National Development Plan 3 is to enhance productivity and social well-being of the population. A healthy population is a big asset to national production and also to the growth of the economy. And the Ministry of Health will endeavor to ensure that the health of Ugandans is secured through a continuous improvement of health services in the form of physical infrastructure, human resource, and accessibility of the necessary medicines. I am happy to see that key findings on stunting, which measures height for age, for children under 5 improved, but not very impressive. From 29% in 2016 to 24% in 2022. Again, a reduction of about 5%. I want to believe that we can do much better with our interventions on nutrition. Nutrition is coordinated under the Office of the Prime Minister through a multi-sector approach. It is not majorly a health issue. It is an issue for all of us to address. And we have not given adequate information to the population. My neighbor talked about Bushenyi, and I told her, but Bushenyi is a very rich district. It is. But why is malnutrition prevalent there? Information. Information. Because whatever they get, they are only looking at wealth. They have forgotten that they have to look after themselves. By the way, you may have all the money in life, but you will still die of malnutrition. Not necessarily malnutrition of stunting or wasting, but there is the other malnutrition of obesity. It is also malnutrition. So information, information and information. I believe that is where we are lacking. Because every year, when we follow what is happening, I think the areas that get stressed due to absence of food, majorly in northeastern Uganda. So having poor statistics in areas that do not get food stressed requires serious intervention. I would also like to talk about other areas that I believe would help us to significantly improve on our health indicators. We have seen that we have not made very good progress with immunization. Although personally I don't want to believe those statistics because our parents don't keep the cards. And UBOS was looking for the cards. WHO also looks for the cards. So I want to task the Child Health Division that we need to have digitized information. Whenever we vaccinate our children, let it be captured with a very good software so that we stop relying on the cards which fall in water, which get dirty, which get torn. Keeping a card for 5 years. I don't even believe that I have cards for my children anymore. It is a difficult thing. So those are some of the reasons why we don't get accurate information. And yet when you go down and ask the parents, they will actually tell you the children are immunized. And why do I say this? Because our children are living longer. I am seeing from the statistics, which is not translating to the 54 in the immunization coverage. We need to emphasize community engagement. And we can only do this when we have a robust and well-motivated community health extension workers. Our strength is in the communities. It is not in the professional health workers. Because diseases start in the communities, and that's where they end. Whatever it is, even if it is hypertension, which all of you are candidates for. It starts in the communities. It starts in your homes because you are not doing the right thing. And that is why we need to invest in the communities collectively. The other area of investment which I am asking all of you to support if we are to have at least reasonable resources for the health sector is the National Health Insurance Scheme. Since 2004, we have been talking about a National Health Insurance Scheme. Sometime last year, it was approved by Parliament, returned to us. We have done a good job consulting many people and drafting this bill. In this bill, the National Health Insurance Scheme, it is mandatory for all of us to join. Mandatory. When I say it is mandatory, it means you don't have a choice. Whether you are working or not working, whether you are in the village or whether you are a border, it is mandatory. Because people don't appreciate services that they don't pay for. And I can give you very good examples. With due respect, and please don't quote me, when you go and find patients in Nakasero Hospital, they behave. They don't break the toilet doors or pull off the doors. They use the toilets very well, and they pay for their services. But go to Mulago. They want to pull off the door, they want to break the windows, the beds are mishandled. People don't appreciate what they don't pay for. When they get to know that they are paying for this, then they will hold each other accountable. When you sit badly on a stool, they will say, my friend, sit properly. My money is going into that. So we need to support that. I know there will be serious debate once it goes to Parliament. And everyone must pay. Because those who are working have been pulling us back and saying, my friend, we are not ready to pay for others. Don't cut our salary percentages. That there is solidarity, the rich support the poor. Because some people who are labeled poor in the villages have square miles of land with so many cattle. So who is rich here? And until UBOS and Ministry of Finance really give us clear statistics of who is rich and who is poor, we don't know that in Uganda. We don't know. The working class are not necessarily rich. Some farmers are extremely rich, and you may grade them as poor people. So everyone must pay. And I'm going to tell you now the sad news. The sad news is that the more the dependents and the more the children, the more you pay. Because you have to pay for your dependents. Nobody is going to pay for your dependents. So if you are a Haji here and you have 3 wives with 25 children, you pay your 15,000 per child for all of them. And me who has 4 children, I'll pay for the 4. But if your child is 18 years and above, let them pay. Those are adults. We must instill in our children a spirit of hard work. So you can give them some work to do and they pay for themselves. In that way, we'll be able to mobilize some resources. And then UNFPA and my Department of Maternal Child Health will move away from drawing that picture like this, that we are getting broken down. We can no longer lift. We need money. Once we get money, then you can have better services and better tertiary services. Because government now is moving towards more modern services. The Transplant Act is out. You want to have your renal transplant, not for free. You will pay a price. So at the end of the day, what we need to emphasize is prevention, prevention, and prevention. And that is where we need our money, in prevention, so that we are healthy. If I asked a question that how many people do exercises, or how many of you did exercises this morning before you came here, or how many plan to do in the evening? It is good for your health. It is good for your health. Because the previous statistics we had, and I don't know whether my teams are doing another step survey for NCDs, 1 out of every 4 adults is hypertensive. So you can count on your table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 of you is hypertensive. If you don't know your status, after here, please go and check. You may be the candidate. We don't want to wait until you get a stroke. Because once you get a stroke, you are very expensive to manage. Extremely expensive to manage. Not only for government, but also for your family. Extremely expensive to manage. I don't recall the statistics of diabetes. I don't recall whether it is 1 out of every 10. But if it is that, you can count on your table. 1 of you is a diabetic. And it comes with complications, extremely expensive to manage. And that is why I'm talking about prevention, prevention, and prevention. Don't see every food served in a hotel and you want to go and serve. Okay, serve wisely. And you know that is where people get problems. Workshops, 5 days. And you are eating and you think you are eating very well. My friend, when you go to sleep in the night, ask yourself whether you really ate very well. Our parents long ago used to eat very well, and they lived very long. Today I was asking the ED of UBOS whether he's going to tell us our life expectancy. That is the area I was most interested in. But unfortunately or fortunately, he told me, you wait for the census report. Will the census report come out in 6 months? 1 year, 2 years? That's too long. We need to know how long Ugandans live. So please work around the clock and give us information. Information is power. As I conclude, I would like to commend the remarkable work undertaken by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics to produce this timely data. We are proud of our collaboration with you. We are proud of our collaboration with you, not only in producing the UDHS figures, but also in the production of other health-related surveys. We must accept that these high-quality survey findings will offer key insights and will inform important decisions for the benefit of the people of Uganda. And I am sure my planner has already taken note, and she's beginning to plan and ask questions. We know that these impressive health improvements are a result of the hard work and dedicated services of many of us here, government, partners, and all of you, but not to forget the population of Uganda. And I really must appreciate the population because they accept our interventions. I really need you to appreciate the population. In the face of Uganda's health challenges and the current economic challenges, it is important that government continues to provide strong leadership and clear guidance to ensure systematic coordination among the multiple players in the health sector. I would like to give a very special appreciation to those who supported this demographic health survey: WHO, UNFPA, UNICEF, and the government of Uganda and World Bank. Let's appreciate them. We had nearly failed to move forward until they accepted, because previously we were getting support from USAID, but we did not agree on many areas. We thank you for coming in a timely manner, noting the importance of this demographic and health survey. Allow me to appreciate the UN Resident Coordinator for your support and interventions through the various UN agencies that we have here. Lastly, allow me to appreciate all of you, the players in the health sector, civil society, private sector, the NGOs, the academia, the Ministry of Health. Each of you individually, please clap for yourselves. This is your effort, although people were standing up to congratulate the minister, but this is your effort. It is teamwork. It is teamwork. And it is teamwork that has brought us this far. So I want to say a big thank you and congratulations to you. Please do not shy away from supporting the health sector. We produce results. We produce results. So those who are withdrawing their funds, ask yourself many questions. Your funds are producing results. So bring the money, we need it, so that we can remain a healthy population. So with these remarks, I now have the honor and pleasure to declare the Uganda Demographic Health Survey 2022 report officially launched. For God and my country. But also for you to take note, I know there will be other activities, for you to take note that these are not all the results. Analysis is still ongoing, as you heard from the Executive Director, UBOS, and there are many other statistics that for us as the health sector, we are waiting for. These were just highlights to test you for your test buds. But the real food will eventually come, the nitty-gritties that we need for planning. God bless you. God bless Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very big hand clap for our Honorable Minister for Health. These were very insightful and very touching and life-changing message that she has given us this afternoon. We have another very big task, and you can see all the cameras on board. Yes, yes. So allow the Honorable Minister and our guest of honor to officially launch the UADHS Key Findings 2022. Honorable Minister, as you launch the key findings, we would also like to inform you that we have got over 500 participants who joined us on Zoom, and they have been participating and listening to the entire conversation that has been taking place in this room. 2, 3, A big hand clap, a big hand clap, a big hand clap. Thank you, Honorable. Let's allow the Honorable Minister to sign, the ED, the board chair, the UN resident coordinator. I think this is a big milestone that UBOS and all the other partners who have been involved have achieved, and we must really appreciate this great collaboration that has enabled us to reach this far. We are so grateful. Honorable Minister, we thank you for coming to grace this function and for officially launching this report. We thank you and thank you very much. Also to all the participants, the presentation and the entire key findings are already uploaded on the UBOS website. Please find time, visit www.ubos.org and access this very, very quality data, and you can start making the good use of these findings now that they have become very official and very accessible. You can also scan the QR code, which is actually running on the Zoom link. You shall be able to still pick the results that has just been launched this afternoon. We thank you for coming. Your presence is highly appreciated. The people who have joined us online, well, I think we had over 500 people. I see the number is going down now. They are about 390. But you have been very great audience. You have kept to the tab. You have followed the proceedings, and we are so grateful for your participation. And this shows us how much interesting this data of UDHS is to each and everybody. So let's have the technical team have this official photo with the book. The dam report is already signed, and the minister is here. She is our guest of honor. She is the Minister for Health. So if you miss this opportunity to take this photo, you may take another 2 months. So please, you better come and join into the photograph with the honorable guest of honor and all the key stakeholders who have made this to happen. I've been told we have some other honorable members of parliament present. Please, you could join the honorable minister and take this wonderful photograph. The members of the board, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, let's have, I can see Honorable Mulengeni is standing close to the book, but from the back. So the members of the Executive Committee, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Honorable Minister, we are glad to have you, and we want to have this photo with you as Uganda Bureau of Statistics Executive Committee. Where the Executive Committee, you boss, to have a photo with our guest of honor. Honorable Minister, the UBOS Executive Committee would like to have a photo with you. Thank you. I will then request after that photo that we have our national anthem. I think the photo is done. So, our board chair. The UN family, I think you had a photo. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Board chair. Okay, thank you. So let's have the national anthem as we come to the closure of this function. It has been a wonderful day, and I am pretty sure that all of us have benefited from this exercise. Let's have the national anthem. Excuse me, we start with the East African. Let's start with the East African and end with our national anthem. Sote toyelinde, towajibike, toyimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, ido, moja moya yetu. Thank you very much for coming. I would like to, in a special way, invite our guest of honor, Honorable Minister, for lunch at Paradise Restaurant, our board chair and other members of the board and the ED, and his deputy would lead you for that special lunch for today's function. All of us are welcome for lunch. Please feel free. Let's interact, let's network, let's socialize. Thank you very much for coming. We have come to the end of our UDHS 2022 dissemination workshop.